Chapter 319. Two huge energy light beams cut through the sky and approached each other rapidly under countless horrified gazes. They carried with them the power to destroy the heavens and earth, and then they collided violently. Boom! A deafening roar exploded in the distant sky. At this moment, everyone was deafened. The huge wind pressure overturned everyone on the ship. The nearby ships lit up with energy shields and were pushed tens of thousands of meters away. Even Yun Nuoshing and the others were blasted away violently. On the calm sea, huge waves suddenly surged. The two energy light beams entangled with each other. Gold and black energy blended to form a huge two-colored energy cluster. It was like a huge star rising in the sky, with energy sparks constantly spurting out. Boom! Boom! The terrifying energy exploded in the energy cluster. Two energy light beams burst out from the two poles of the energy cluster. One rushed directly into the ninth heaven, and the other rushed directly into the sea, tearing a huge hole in the vast sea. Crack! Boom! A breathtaking dull sound rang in the distant ninth heaven, making everyone's heart contract fiercely. Even their souls trembled violently. The energy cluster expanded to the extreme, completely swallowing the space within 100,000 feet. Gold and black constantly blended and conflicted with each other. Beams of light burst out from it, like an inflated balloon leaking air. The two energy light beams were still desperately releasing energy. Boom! The energy fireworks, which were millions of feet in size, bloomed with thrilling colors. A destructive energy spread across the entire sea region. The huge energy storm connected the heavens and the earth, like a tornado sweeping through the energy collision point. The sky cracked, unable to bear the burden, and even the seabed bloomed with countless cracks that were thousands of feet wide. At this moment, it was as if an earthquake had occurred. The sea region shook violently. People far away in the Sea King City could feel the fluctuations, and they could not help but kneel on the ground because of the pressure. Buzz! A 10,000-foot-long energy beam swept across the top of the Sea King City at a speed far faster than the speed of light, shattering the space along the way. Even the void collapsed, revealing large areas of golden barriers. The terrifying energy made everyone turn pale. Oh my God! What happened at the Tana's water god temple? The flickering gold and black of the energy light beam illuminated everyone's dazed faces, and their minds went blank. Boom! Wave after wave of terrifying energy waves bombarded the golden energy barrier, causing it to cave in continuously. However, it was forcefully pushed back up by the energy of Jin Jinwang and the others. Ah! Yun Nuoshing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She opened her mouth and roared. The origin energy of her divine body poured out like it was free, but she could only watch as the black pillar of energy drew closer and closer. A vast amount of energy descended upon them. If it weren't for the whirlpool zither protecting them, their bodies would have been torn apart long ago. They were surrounded by shattered space. It was as if they had suddenly arrived in the void. The golden space-time barrier enveloped the entire world. Faint time turbulence gushed out, shattering the chaotic space even more thoroughly. The energy storm wreaked havoc, and the energy that was like a heavenly punishment spread out like ripples throughout the entire space. Within the sea, other than Yun Nuo's ship, the others had long been pushed far away, and on the surface of the sea, it was as if a tsunami was surging. The huge waves rose to a height of 10,000 feet and slammed into the distance, splashing up waves that filled the entire world. The waves of annihilation continued to bombard the golden barrier and the Taotia's shadow. Even though the golden barrier was reinforced by the eternal weapons of 10 gods, it was finally starting to falter. The flowing golden energy had dimmed significantly. Uft, Yun Nuwashing, who was presiding over the great array, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her golden eyes dimmed a lot. Not only her, but everyone who was maintaining the array also suffered some backlash. Zai's delicate body also swayed, but she was still desperately releasing energy. She didn't take a step back. Break for me. Yun Nuashing looked up to the sky and roared, desperately outputting energy. His entire body emitted starlight. The black light flickered, like the stars in the night sky. In his lower abdomen, the purplish-black energy crystal suddenly unsealed. The vast energy filled every part of his body. The golden energy beam that was constantly retreating, however, was still constantly retreating. Break! Yun Nuashing's hoarse roar came from the sea of golden light that filled the sky. Too much energy filled her body. She couldn't send it all out. At the same time, it filled her soul. Suddenly, a burst of music came from between her eyebrows. A mark floated up and down. If it wasn't for the mark carved by Xian Yin, her soul would have collapsed in an instant. However, her body would collapse sooner or later. Break! 2 lines of golden blood tears flowed from her eyes. 6 golden wings spread out. Her mind and the external energy became much clearer. Yun Nuashing didn't care about the consequences and mobilized the external energy to resist the attack together. Little star, you're committing suicide, Ziyi exclaimed when she saw this. She wanted to go over and stop him, but her footsteps were restrained. If she were to let go, then the pillar of light would instantly attack her. Without the energy of a god emperor, it would lose almost all of its power. Why the F*CK? Did you bring only one eternal weapon? Is there nothing else? Jin Wang's veins bulged as he held the small golden bottle. He roared so much that he even stuck out his tongue. How the F*CK would I know that such a F*King melodramatic thing would happen before we even entered? I F*King forgot to bring an eternal weapon. Who the F*CK would bring 9 eternal weapons to the ruins. Lei Tian's expression was ferocious. He cursed at the top of his voice. His whole body flashed with electricity as he released energy as if it was free. This F*King dog gave me a chance to turn back time. I F*King dog will bring another eternal weapon. F*CK dog. Huazhu was so angry that she was delirious. The flames on her body jumped wildly, almost burning Yao Hua and the others. You F*King dog. Yao Hua took the time to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead and couldn't help but complain. Is this the F*King time to complain? You F*King break for me. Little Star can't hold on any longer. The beautiful woman hurriedly glanced at Yun Nuashing. When she saw Yun Nuashing's dark green Mei Mao slowly moving toward the side where the balance collapsed, she naturally knew that he was in a bad situation. I F*King dog. Tao Tai. I F*King. Won't let you off in this life. Yun Nuashing felt a tearing sensation all over her body. Her eyes were bloodshot as she cursed at the phantom of Tao Tai, making everyone blush with shame. However, no matter how strenuous it was for everyone to shout and curse, that black energy pillar still continued to spread towards them, making everyone's complexion turn pale. Even with the combined strength of so many people, they still couldn't resist it. This Tao Tai was just an illusion. How powerful was it? Was the gap between the gods really impossible to make up for? I'm going to kill you. A golden aura exploded with the aura of stars. Yun Nuashing's handsome face was ferocious. She touched her chest and took out the swirling zither. The moment the swirling zither was taken out, the netherworld ruin sword flew back instantly. Then she took out a huge scarlet cross and slapped it into the array. Yun Nuoshing had never used this weapon before because it was only half a weapon. It couldn't be contained in the godly body. Now that the Netherworld Ruin Sword was taken back, she needed a weapon to replace it. Tao Tai, we have a huge grudge against each other. Looking at the swirling zither, Yun Nuoshing gritted her teeth and grabbed it. With a swipe of her hand, one of the 3 silver-blue rune chains quietly broke open. An unusually vast amount of energy suddenly shot into the sky. This energy was so terrifying that everyone in the northern wilderness and even the entire god realm could clearly feel it. An eternal divine weapon. Everyone was shocked. They recognized the unique aura immediately. Moreover, it was definitely many times stronger than the golden bottle in their hands. However, they didn't have time to say anything. They all put their lives on the line to defend themselves. I'll use the Netherworld Ruin Sword as my bow. I'll kill you. Yun Nuoshing was so angry that he almost lost his mind. The swirling zither didn't need a bow to play at all. Otherwise, Xianyin wouldn't have refused to give him a bow. Now, he was using the Netherworld Ruin Sword as his bow. This was crazy. Yun Nuoshing held the swirling zither in his left hand. His right hand was still holding onto Xian's little hand. However, he couldn't care too much at this moment. The explosion of the energy crystal had allowed him to instantly reach the level of a god emperor. Now that he was using the Netherworld Ruin Sword to play the swirling zither, the power was unimaginable. Wang. The Netherworld Ruin Sword gently plucked the 9 strings of the zither. The 2 divine weapons released an irresistible pressure. A note turned into a solid sound wave. It was this simple note that made everyone feel a deep sense of fear from the depths of their souls. Bang! Boom! The world seemed to have turned black and came to a standstill. At this moment, an eternity, only a sound wave that shattered eternity, traveled to the end of the horizon at a speed far exceeding that of light. At this moment, the entire space of the world was like a piece of rotten paper, shattering with a loud bang. Wang! Boom! A beautiful melody slowly floated in the world. The faint divine sound contained the power of 10,000 das. In an instant, even the sun and the moon bloomed with an incomparably blazing light. They were drawn into this melody and played together. The murderous aura filled the entire world, causing the void space to collapse. The golden time barrier shattered with a loud bang, and a layer of purple barrier stood quietly like an amethyst. Roar! The sound wave seemed to have passed through eternity and directly hit the Taotiez phantom. Suddenly, a mournful roar shook the heavens and earth. However, it was strangled by the divine sound. Wang! Yun Nuoshing's entire body emitted a dazzling light. A monstrous pressure spread from the whirlpool zither. As the notes floated out, it seemed to crush the entire space. Countless space-time turbulence rippled out from the time barrier. Even the purple barrier rippled. The purple light rippled quietly and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Roar! Almost at the second pull of the Nethervoid sword, the Tao Tai phantom let out a mournful roar. The black energy beam was immediately dispersed. Then, the golden energy beam ruthlessly blasted forward at lightning speed. Roar! After being heavily injured in succession, the Tao Tai phantom let out a final roar. A melody swept out like lightning. The black gas and the black sea that enveloped the entire shrine were completely dispersed at this moment. The phantom roared and blurred. Finally, it turned into a light spot and dissipated in the world. Let's go! After the Tao Tai phantom dissipated, the world slowly returned to its original state. Yun Nuoshing widened her eyes and roared. The light element was pushed to the extreme. She took the entire ship and crashed into the shrine at the speed of light. Boom! The huge ship crashed into the dilapidated shrine with a scarlet cross. Countless rocks flew everywhere. The dozens of people were thrown into the shrine like a bunch of rocks. Chapter 3:20. The first seal of the whirlpool zither has been undone. In a white palace, a beautiful girl in a long white dress suddenly stood up from the sofa. The ancient book in her hand fell to the side, and her long silver hair flowed behind her. She was as ethereal as a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. There was a hint of nervousness on her gentle and beautiful face. Her long hair that fell on her hips swayed without any wind. Her silver eyes looked in the direction of the divine land, and there was a hint of worry in them. The ripples of the whirlpool zither and the nether void sword. Big brother, are you all right? The girl couldn't help but clench her hands and sigh. Who else could it be other than Xianyin, who had Yun Nuoshing in her heart? The whirlpool zither was her godhead weapon. She was the first person to sense it after the seal was undone. If Yun Nuoshing had to use the whirlpool zither, it meant that something dangerous had forced him into a corner. The life imprint has dimmed. Big brother is most likely in danger. Xianyin touched the imprint on her slender neck and felt the weak ripples. Mei Mao's expression turned cold and a little murderous. Then she regained her anxious expression and stomped her feet. Although she wanted to rush to China, it wasn't convenient for her to move at this time. She could only pace back and forth. Big brother, please be fine. Xianyin sighed in the end. Although she knew that Yun Nuoshing had a life contract with her, and Yun Nuoshing would be fine as long as she didn't die, she still couldn't help praying. Then she pressed her hand on the imprint on her neck, and some energy light rose from her palm. Strands of energy followed the imprint and transmitted to Yun Nuoshing, who was countless miles away. Only the gods had this kind of ability. What's wrong, Yinin? Why did you have such a big reaction? Next to Xianyin, a girl in a red and white robe was curled up on the sofa and taking a nap. She was woken up by Xianyin's big movement. She rubbed her bright red and messy hair and muttered unhappily, "Ah." Xianyin, who was transmitting energy to Yun Nuoshing in the distance, was startled by the sudden sound. She quickly put down her lily-white hand and smiled, faintly. "It's nothing. I suddenly remembered that it's time to take care of that sea of flowers." The girl in the red and white robe wrinkled her little nose. Her slightly immature voice was weak as she replied, "Oh, go, and also take care of my—" Without waiting for Xianyin's reply, he fell asleep again. Xianyin shook her head in amusement, then walked towards the back door of the palace. Her two corset belts fluttered in the air, making her look like a fairy taking a stroll. Boom! The scarlet cross penetrated the walls of the temple with a huge impact. Two godly materials above level 11 collided directly. Even though the temple was immortal, it was unknown how many stone pillars were smashed through before the behemoth that was charging at the speed of light stopped. The already dilapidated temple became even more dilapidated. The Scarlet Cross and the Dragon Xian, silver flashed for a moment, then turned into a ray of light and retreated back into Yun Nuoshing's body. Relying on the inertia, everyone was slammed into the wall. After all, the speed of light was too fast, and there was no way to stop. It was already a good thing that they didn't go through the wall. Fortunately, the wall was sturdy enough. Otherwise, they would have really gone through it. Ouch! Little boy, little boy. Yuan Qian had just come back to her senses. She endured the pain that came from all over her body. She hurriedly pushed herself out of the wall and then hurriedly shouted. At the last moment, she clearly saw the moment when the light around Yun Nuoshing's body dissipated. The white light was dazzling. Little star, The beautiful woman from the divine, with temple, also shouted. Then she waved her hand and removed the dozens of shrimps that were embedded in the wall. She hurriedly led everyone into the temple inside. Splash! In the temple that was slightly flooded, the dozens of people hurriedly ran. Their feet stepped on the water, and they didn't have time to care about the splashing water on their pants. They hurriedly ran deeper into the temple. They saw Yun Nuoxing shoot straight into the temple, like a cannonball shooting straight into a bullseye. In a secret chamber, a big hole was blasted in the wall. It seemed like something had crashed into it and directly penetrated the wall. In the secret chamber, Yun Nuoxing, whose white hair was shining faintly, was lying on the shallow water. Her consciousness was scattered. Xian, Zai, and Ming were beside her. They were all very anxious, even though they were all injured. Little star, nothing will happen to you. What will I do if something happens to you? Xian was panicking and didn't know what to do as she hugged Yun Nuoxing's gradually cooling head. Little star, you're an idiot. Zai was also as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. It wasn't easy for him to seal the rampaging energy crystal, but now he discovered that his life force source was actually showing signs of dimming. He didn't know what to do at all. Although the spiritual items contained in the spiritual godly body could provide him with energy and life force, Yun Nuoxing hadn't developed the latter function yet. At this moment, it was as good as nothing. Big brother, hurry and get up. Ming grabbed Yun Nuoxing's hand and couldn't stop her tears from falling down. Sister Zai, what should we do? Little stars, life force source. Xian knew of Zai's existence and wasn't surprised at this moment. It should be said that all her thoughts were on Yun Nuoxing and didn't have time to be surprised. She was so anxious that she was out of her wits and could only feel the body temperature of the person in her arms gradually decreasing. I don't know either. This idiot actually used up all his life force. Zai was so anxious that she was a little irritated. Her wet dress clung tightly to her body, perfectly outlining her graceful curves. Her full breasts were constantly moving up and down with her anxious breathing. Her purple hair stuck to her dress, and a faint layer of water vapor stuck to her body. She looked very alluring. Of course, the unconscious Yun Nuoxing wouldn't be able to enjoy such a scene. Little girl, transfer your life force source to Little Star. Zai stomped her foot and splashed water onto the ceiling. Then she hurriedly said, this was the only way she could think of. The vitality in her body was slowly being drawn out as Yun Nuoxing weakened. It was also helping to repair her, but it still wasn't enough. Vitality was a little different from life force and couldn't be completely replenished. Fortunately, Yun Nuoxing didn't use her life force source. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to replenish it at all. When Xian heard this, her beautiful face turned red. However, she didn't hesitate at all. She raised her head slightly and took a light breath. Then she hurriedly pressed her small mouth against Yun Nuoxing's lips. A green light flowed out of her body, and through their mouths, it was transferred into Yun Nuoxing's body. When she did this, a small tuft of her long, dark purple hair slowly turned grayish-white. However, this rich life force didn't change much when it entered Yun Nuoxing's body. Her long, white hair was still white. When Xian saw this, she steeled her heart and directly increased the transfer of her life force. In just a moment, half of her beautiful long hair had turned white. If Zai hadn't hurriedly stopped her, she probably would have directly transferred all her life force to Yun Nuoxing. All right, don't lose. Otherwise, you'll collapse again when Dumb Star wakes up. When she heard this, Xian had no choice but to stop. However, when she saw that Yun Nuoxing's long hair had only recovered a little, she immediately frowned. She didn't know why it didn't have any effect. As a spiritual divine body, Little Star's life force is too exuberant. Even though you have the 5 elements body, it can't be linked to life force. Zai sighed and explained, "Little boy." At this moment, Yuan Qian and the others, who had gone all the way, finally found Yun Nuoshing. When she saw how weak she was, she didn't care that she was also very weak. She immediately rushed over and pressed her palm against his chest to transfer some energy. Little Star, the beautiful woman, and the other god kings were also very anxious if Yun Nuoshing died. So easily, the Hall Master and the others would flip the realm of the gods upside down. Just as everyone was about to die from anxiety, a musical mark suddenly lit up on Yun Nuoshing's neck. Then an unusually vast amount of energy suddenly exploded and carefully poured into Yun Nuoshing's body. Everyone was shocked, but they saw that Yun Nuoshing's long white hair, in an instant, had returned to a light purple color, and that weak aura had also instantly become abundant, causing everyone to be stunned. Ha! Suddenly, Yun Nuoshing opened his mouth and yawned. Then he rubbed his eyes and saw everyone's stunned expressions. He couldn't help but be stunned. He blinked his eyes and saw his posture. His handsome face blushed, and he hurriedly pulled Xian to his feet. He smiled and said, "What's wrong with you guys? Where are we now?" Everyone was stunned when they heard his laughter. They didn't understand what had just happened. There was a flash of light, and Yun Nuoshing revived with full health on the spot, as if he had drunk dragon's blood. Little Star, are you all right?" Zai looked at him suspiciously. He grabbed him and looked him up and down. Then he asked with a strange expression, "Am I all right?" Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and said, "I should be fine. How long have I been sleeping?" He knew that he had risked his life and even thrown out the swirling zither. He must have been seriously injured. It was just that he didn't know how long it had taken for him to recover. Everyone had strange expressions and said, "You revived in an instant. It didn't take long." Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He smiled and said, "What do you mean?" Everyone's expressions became even more strange. They looked at Yun Nuoshing a few times and frowned. One of them said, "You don't know what happened to you?" Yun Nuoshing looked at himself in confusion. He realized that the divine artifact was still there. The Nether Void sword was still there. The Linghong sword was still there. The swirling zither was still there. Then he shook his head and said, "Nothing happened." Everyone was confused. Zai and the others were also a little confused. They didn't know what had happened to Yun Nuoshing just now. He had returned with full health in an instant. Who cares? In the end, Yun Nuoshing clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Since we're already here, let's not waste any more time. Let's take a look around the shrine before anyone else comes in." After he finished speaking, he smoothly grabbed Zi Yan and took the lead to run ahead. Zi Yi helplessly spread his hands and turned into a flame that returned to his body. This made the people behind him feel a little helpless, and they slowly followed after him. Yun Nuoshing slowed down when he saw that they were some distance away from the others. He looked at Xian, who was smiling faintly, and said, "Little girl, it's all thanks to you just now." Xian was stunned. She didn't expect him to suddenly say that. "That pure life force was yours, wasn't it? I felt your aura." Yun Nuoshing sighed and touched her soft hair. He could still see the pale half of her hair. "Yeah." Xian blushed when she heard him mention what happened just now. Then she nodded gently. Yun Nuoshing saw this and chuckled. He said, "Let's go. Let's see what's so special about the Tana's water god shrine that we spent so much effort to enter." Chapter 3:21. Let's split up. It's hard to move with too many people. When they reached a fork, Jin Jinwang stopped everyone and smiled. There were more than 30 people here. Although it was safe to stay together, their efficiency was much slower. There were still people outside who were eyeing them covetously. At this moment, they were one step ahead and had the upper hand. They had to make good use of it. Well, there's strength in numbers. Let's loot this place first, and let the people who come in later cry. Yun Nuoshing agreed, very much, and nodded with a sinister smile. She rubbed her palms together and looked like a demon with horns on her head. Everyone was speechless. Here, this is for you. Yun Nuoshing smiled and took out the map of the Tana's water god temple. Then she tapped her finger on the map and turned it into two streams of light that shot into the minds of Jin Jinwang and Yuan Qian's fourth uncle to engrave the map. This is the map of the Tana's water god temple. The two were stunned for a moment and quickly took a look. Then they gasped. Their horrified voices made everyone stunned. They didn't know where Yun Nuoshing got the map. This was a relic from the mythological era, and it was all they knew. It was impossible for there to be such a thing as a map. It was true that all the things from the mythological era had disappeared, but there were still some things that had escaped the calamity of time and remained. So it was not surprising that they found it occasionally. However, it was a map. It was not scientific. Let's go. Don't waste time. Let's gather at the main hall. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand and didn't explain anything. She led Xian and the others into a passage first. Her loud laughter pulled the shocked crowd back to their senses. Then they smiled bitterly and walked out in 3 different directions. Little boy, wait for me. Seeing Yun Nuoshing and Yuan Shi leaving together, Yuan Qian hurriedly called out. Then she stuck her tongue out at Yuan Shi and the others and followed them. The people behind her could only shake their heads helplessly and sigh that this girl's soul had run away with that guy. They were not worried that Yun Nuoshing and the others would act alone. They had an emperor god with them who was more useful than them. Moreover, Yun Nuoshing had the swirling zither. They still remembered the aura of the eternal magic weapon. Yun Nuoshing looked at the map and identified the direction. Then she led a few people and rushed straight to the reincarnation lake. She was still very concerned about the word reincarnation. Moreover, there were a few places marked with names. Since this was the first stop, it was quite convenient to go there. As for the main hall, it was in the innermost place. She definitely wouldn't be the first to rush in. Along the way, they kept flying. In the empty passageway, even the pearls on the walls had lost their luster over the years. However, the icy blue walls automatically emitted light, and this passageway was also very bright. However, it was too empty, and there was nothing in the icy blue mirror-like passageway. There were only 5 people from Yun Nuo planet flying. It was lifeless, and only 1 or 2 rays of sunlight shone in from the tattered ceiling. Not long after, everyone rushed out of the passage. The scenery in front of them was brand new. It was as if they had rushed into a mountain forest. Boundless vitality swayed all over the mountains and plains. A huge ancient tree seemed to be standing between heaven and earth. The condensed vitality turned into a small ball of light floating in the air. For a moment, Yun Nuoshing thought that she had seen the glories Will Tree again. This scene was too similar. However, before they could take a second look, they suddenly swayed and fell from the sky. Their connection with the wind element was cut off. They couldn't fly here. This space is a little too big. Zian sized up the surroundings for a while and said in surprise, although it seemed to be tens of thousands of feet long and wide from the outside, it seemed like another small world when they came in. They couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. Moreover, there was a blue sky and white clouds in this place. Moreover, there wasn't any stagnant water underground. Yun Nuoshing raised her head and looked at the huge tree that towered into the clouds. She then lowered her head and saw a huge lake. It was sparkling and translucent, emitting a sparkling and translucent luster. It shone brightly in the distance, like a glass mirror. The reincarnation lake. Does such a heaven-defying thing really exist? Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but murmur. The reincarnation lake was one of the rarest things in the world. It was ranked 6th on the list of heavenly treasures. According to legends, it could see through a person's past life, present life, and future life. It was very illusory. Let's go and take a look. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but feel a little excited. Even she was very curious about her past. She came here because she knew that the reincarnation lake could see through one's past life and present life. Everyone jogged over with her and came to the side of the glassy lake. Only at such a close distance could they clearly see how huge the tree was. It was 10,000 feet tall. Yun Nuoshing and the others stood below it. It was like ants looking at a giant. An ancient and desolate aura drowned them. Mirror. Xian looked around and pinched her palm. Then she pointed at a mirror beside the lake in the distance and said to Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing and the others also looked over. They were stunned for a moment. A mirror appearing in this place seemed a little out of place. The few of them walked over curiously. The mirror was as tall as a person and could reflect 2 people. The patterns around it were very beautiful and very mysterious. Through the evil spirit eye, Yun Nuoshing could see some incomparably complicated arrays and talismans that were constantly circulating. The degree of complexity made him feel dizzy just by looking at it. He was so shocked that he hurriedly closed his eyes. Yuan Qian blinked her Mei Mao when she saw the mirror. She was inexplicably excited. She walked in front of it and lifted her white dress to twirl around. She was like a lively fairy, ethereal and self-admiring. Then she smiled sweetly and asked Yun Nuoshing, "Little boy, do I look good?" "Okay." Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. Then she looked at it seriously and nodded. "Stop twirling around. That's not how you use a mirror." At this time, Ziyi angrily complained. Her coquettish voice made Yuan Qian's body tremble. She awkwardly stopped and blinked her Mei Mao to look at Yun Nuoshing. "Look at your soul," Ziyi said when she saw her looking over in confusion. Upon hearing this, the few of them hurriedly looked at the mirror, only to discover that Yuan Qian's forehead was emitting specks of light. Within her forehead, a transparent and pure soul quietly floated. There was a palm-sized millstone that looked like a golden rudder. This rudder rotated within the soul, its entire body emitting a flawless golden glow. Everyone asked curiously, what did this rudder mean? Even Elder Yu Qing and the others widened their eyes. They had never seen such a magical thing. The reincarnation disc. It records the number of times a person reincarnates. Every time a person reincarnates, there will be a black mark left on the reincarnation disc that will never disappear. Back then, I happened to see the reincarnation lake, but it wasn't in this place, Ziyi said indifferently. When everyone heard this, they hurriedly looked at the reincarnation disc. They watched it spin in a circle, but they didn't see a single black spot that was emitting a resplendent light. Oh, it's actually a newborn person. How rare. You have to know that many people have already lived a few reincarnations, or should I say a few lives. It's rare to see someone who hasn't experienced reincarnation, Ziyi said in surprise as he looked through Yun Nuoshing's eyes. Is there really such a thing as reincarnation in this world? Yuan Qian wrinkled her nose and asked, Of course. The underworld is the home of all living things, and reincarnation is the journey of all living things. You probably haven't heard of this before. Ziyi nodded and said, however, every time a person enters reincarnation, they will completely forget everything about their previous life. It's almost impossible to wake them up. Of course, it's not impossible to wake them up. At the very least, it's a method that can only be mastered by a god. When the few of them heard this, they were all a little shocked. Yun Nuoxing even thought of something. Under the swaying golden and silver divine spirit tree, balls of light filled the sky. The god in white, the god of destruction, Tsang Yen Lu Xing, turned into a rain of light under the tree and dissipated into the world. Could it be that she had also entered reincarnation? Since Ziyi said that he could awaken the memories of his previous life, wasn't that a disguised resurrection? Then was it possible for such a person to be revived? The gods of the mythological era, those experts who had died countless years ago, would one day come back to life? When they thought up to here, Yun Nuoxing and Zi Yan both shuddered. Obviously, they'd thought of the same thing. However, Ziya's next words caused them to heave sighs of relief. It's not as exaggerated as you think. Although there is a way to awaken the memories of one's previous life, it's very difficult. Moreover, the Deyuan realm is vast. Reincarnation may not necessarily bring one back to the realm of the gods, Ziyi said with a smile. It won't come back to the realm of the gods. The two of them were stunned. The Deyuan realm was vast, and there were countless planes, countless worlds on the timeline intersected to form an endless world. Could it be that reincarnation was not fixed? That's more or less what I mean. Sensing the fluctuations in his emotions, Ziyi nodded and said, with so many worlds, reincarnation is also uncertain. Moreover, even if a god is resurrected through reincarnation, he no longer has divine power. If he reincarnates to the lower realm and recovers his memories, he won't be able to return to the realm of the gods. The two of them came to a realization and nodded. After Yuan Qian, she also went up to take a look. Even Ziyan and Ming looked curiously. They found that other than Ming, all the rudders were golden. There was not a single black mark. This made Ziyi a little speechless. He kept muttering to himself, could it be that my memory was wrong? Weren't newborn people rare now? Splash the water from the reincarnation lake on the mirror. A little less will allow you to see the past life. A little more will allow you to see the future. I'm not sure how much will be splashed in the future, Ziyi said and laughed in embarrassment. When they heard this, Yuan Qian pushed Yuan Shi away and stood in front of the mirror. Her eager look made them a little speechless. However, they also stretched their necks curiously, wanting to see what they could see. Yuan Qian stood in front of the mirror and thought for a while. Then she nodded. With a wave of her hand, she splashed a full 50 kilograms of water on the mirror. Everyone was speechless. Was she trying to see the distant future? After the reincarnation mirror was splashed with water, the surface of the mirror wriggled slightly. Ripples spread out from the center of the mirror. A moment later, an extremely blurry image appeared. Except for Yuan Qian, everyone moved back a little to avoid being caught in the reflection. That would not be accurate. A moment later, the image became clear. The image shook twice, and when it was completely stable, Yuan Qian could see it clearly. In the image, she was wearing a snow-white dress. She had matured a lot and become more beautiful and charming. Her hair was tied up into an elegant phoenix hairpin. Her black armor wrapped around her slender body vividly. She held a long spear in her hand. What made her most excited was that Yun Nuoxing was also standing beside her. Zian and Lian Yahua were also there. Or rather, everyone was there. The image changed very quickly. This image stopped for less than a second and then changed. Then, the next image showed a woman standing among the stars. Before they could see clearly, the image flashed again. In the last image, they only saw a bright white figure with her back facing the image. In her line of sight, there was an endless sea of stars. Buzz. The image stopped here. Yuan Qian was stunned for a long time. The image just flashed too quickly, and she did not have time to watch it completely. What the hell? It's gone. Chapter 3:23. Ziyi was also speechless. The speed at which the images were flashing was not something an ordinary person could see. Seeing that Yuan Qian was about to try again, Ziyi hurriedly stopped her. How long would it take to play like this? Don't look at it too much. Although it won't affect this life much, there's no point in playing like this. Yuan Qian also knew this. She could only pout and step back. Then she grabbed Yuan Shi and pushed him in front of the mirror. Without any explanation, she picked up 1,000 pounds of water and slapped it on the mirror. After being washed by the 1,000 pounds of water, the mirror began to ripple slowly. Yuan Shi smiled helplessly. He hadn't even thought of what he wanted to see, and she had already poured 1,000 pounds of water on it. What did she want to see? However, even though he was helpless, he still opened his eyes wide and stared at the mirror without blinking. The others also stretched their necks, trying to see clearly. Scenes flashed quickly, causing them to be dazzled. It seemed that there was too much water, and it was directly pushed to an unknown future. Only then did Yun Nuoxing open his eyes wide and slowed down these scenes by a lot. However, even so, only a few scenes were recovered because it was too fast, and before everyone could see it clearly, it returned to the normal mirror surface. Yuan Shi's eyes widened and his jaw dropped to the ground. He didn't see anything. Look here. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand. She knew that they definitely didn't see clearly and used her evil spirit eye to transmit the images. In the images, Yuan Shi was wearing a purple gold crown. In the starry sky, he was holding a huge furnace and fighting with a person. In the other images, they saw a vast and boundless grassland and forest. There was a shrine in the distance and a huge ancient tree that reached the clouds, shining with a rainbow light. This time, they didn't see anyone else. It was just Yuan Shi alone. It should be said that there was someone in one of the images. Everyone was confused. They couldn't tell where this place was, and they couldn't recognize the tree. After Yuan, she stepped back, Ming hopped, and ran to the front. Then, he fetched about a few liters of water with his small hands and carefully splashed it. So little. It depends on the previous life. See, Yi had always felt that this girl was very mysterious. She had actually appeared in person. Then she stretched out her jade-like neck to take a look. This time around, the four of them hurriedly made preparations to record those scenes. After everyone had finished capturing the images and pieced them together, they replayed a few things. In the image, there was a tall and beautiful woman holding a huge sword. 2 streams of golden blood flowed down her forehead. In the collapsed starry sky, there was a person shrouded in mist. Then, a blinding light filled the entire image. The last photo was a bit heartwarming. The woman was lying on the grass in front of the lake with another person. The 2 of them were leaning against each other. However, that person's appearance was covered by a cloud of fog. Only a head of long black hair could be seen. It seemed like it could not be seen. However, everyone guessed that this person should be a man. Gone again. Everyone's faces twitched. What the hell was this? They couldn't even see the cause and effect. Clearly, Yu Xiao hesitated for a moment before walking over. She didn't show any mercy. Just like Yuan Qian, she fetched 100 liters of water and gently poured it on the mirror. The mirror immediately flickered rapidly. In the first image that was captured, a huge door appeared. There were 3 people standing in front of the door in a triangular formation. Their hands were forming seals. The second image was in a galaxy. A woman in white was holding a man's arm. They were smiling happily under the starry sky. As for the man's appearance, they had already seen it. It was the same person that they saw in Yuan Shi's image. The third image was in a palace. The woman was wearing a red dress. Her head was covered with a red cloth. She stood side by side with the man. The palace was filled with people. There were Yun Nuoxing and the others, as well as Jin Jinwang and the others. Many people were shouting excitedly, "Hey, hey, 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 you two are good. Should I start shouting and sending out the wedding invitations now?" Upon seeing this, Yun Nuoxing suddenly laughed sinisterly. She looked at Yuan Shi and Yu Xiao. As expected, both of them were blushing. Even the usually indifferent Yu Xiao was as red as an apple. Who could remain calm after seeing this? Everyone laughed out loud and congratulated them. The 2 of them were very embarrassed. Kid from the Yuan family, it seems like this matter is already set in stone. However, you have to work harder. Don't let this image disturb you. If the future is changed, I'll see how you cry. Elder Yuqing smiled and nodded. She patted him with her jade-like hand. "I'll work hard." Yuan Shi nodded and said helplessly. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xian also walked forward. She wanted to see the future. The water that she splashed was no less than the water that Yuan Qian splashed the second time. Everyone's jaws dropped. Images flashed past quickly. Everyone tried their best to capture the images. Then they let them float in the air. This time, everyone used all their strength to capture more images. In the first scene, an exceptionally beautiful woman in purple stood in the middle of a huge magic array. 5 different colored balls of light flickered, illuminating her to be extremely mysterious and beautiful. The deep purple hair that reached her knees clearly showed her identity. The 5 elements body has been restored. Upon seeing this image, Yun Nuoxing cried out in relief. Xian also blinked at Mao curiously. In the other image, she was sitting together with a white-haired man who was so beautiful that even women would be jealous of him. He was so beautiful that even heaven and earth would not tolerate him. They were sitting on a huge, unknown black object. The background was a brilliant starry sky. When they saw this man, they quickly looked at Yun Nuoxing. They sized up his handsome face, and then looked at the image. They nodded and said in unison, "Very similar. There's a bit of an outline. It must be you." Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook his head. In the other image, the 2 people they just saw were holding hands. They looked at each other and smiled. The entire world was shining. White hair and dark purple hair danced in the wind. Their clothes were torn, and they looked a little miserable. Just as Yun Nuoxing was curious and wanted to walk in front of the mirror to pry into the secrets of heaven, Ziyi pushed him and stood in front of the mirror. Then he took less than 5 kilograms of water and splashed it on it. "I want to see which bastard sealed me for such a long time," Ziyi said straightforwardly. The others laughed dryly. The images fluctuated. This time, the images flickered more slowly, allowing them to capture more than a dozen images. After removing a few images that were all vast and boundless, showing the glimmering starry sky, they took out other meaningful images. In the image, purple flames enveloped a region of the sky, and below it was an unknown city. When the second image appeared, it already had a person's physical body. A person whose face could not be seen stood in front of her, with colorful hair fluttering in the wind. In one of the images, Ziyi was crying and hugging the person with the colorful hair. Mei Mao showed some reluctance and unwillingness. Then she saw a strange life formation seal her, and she fell into a deep sleep. Ziyi, didn't you say that person was crying? Why are you crying? Yun Nuoxing could not help but laugh when he saw it. In the beginning, this person had said that the person who sealed her was crying. He did not expect her to cry as well. Ah! Ziyi opened her mouth, and 2 suspicious blushes appeared on her face. She jumped over in a panic and used her body to block the mirror. She shouted, "Don't look! Don't look! This is fake! It's not real!" Uff! The others covered their mouths to stifle their laughter. Then they looked away, as if they did not see anything. This made her angry. Ah! Yun Nuoxing laughed loudly. He patted her head and said with a smile, "Little Yi, there's no need to be embarrassed. There's no need to treat me like an outsider." Ziyi wanted to cry, but with her head patted, she could not do anything. She glanced at the person with the colorful hair and thought for a moment. Then she said, "Little star, is that you?" "How would I know?" Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook his head. If it was really him, he probably had swallowed dozens of types of flames or demonic lightning, or contained some strange energy to have such an effect. In the end, Yun Nuoxing slowly walked forward. He looked at the mirror and took a deep breath. Then he straightened his expression. Just as he was about to take the water from the reincarnation lake, he was frightened by a scream and stopped. "Little star, your reincarnation disc, why is it black?" Xian, who was the first to discover it, covered her mouth in shock. Her bright eyes widened, and she looked incredulous. Yun Nuoxing was shocked. He quickly raised his head to look at the spot between his eyebrows. He found that the rudder did not look different from the others, but it was black. Even the light it emitted was black. He could not help but widen his eyes. He did not understand why his reincarnation disc was like this. "Ziyi, what's going on?" Yun Nuoxing slowly retracted his hand. He looked at the reincarnation disc that was so black that it made one's heart palpitate. He could not help but ask. Ziyi frowned when she saw it. She fell into deep thought. When the others saw her in deep thought, they did not say anything. After waiting like this for a few minutes, she sighed. Some flame surged in Mei Mao's eyes. Then she looked at the rudder and blinked. An image was projected from her eyes into the void and magnified. Hiss! When everyone saw Yun Nuoxing's wheel of samsara being enlarged, they hurriedly opened their eyes wide. After that, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Ziye's pretty face turned pale from fright. Yun Nuoxing even swallowed his saliva fiercely. He was just short of jumping into the samsara lake to sober up. That black was the color of the reincarnation disc that was engraved by countless reincarnation seals. Countless reincarnation seals were engraved on the golden reincarnation disc, covering it completely. Even the bright golden color was covered. There was not a single trace of yellow. If one were to magnify it a few thousand times, they would see that there were countless ravines and pits on the reincarnation disc. Every corner of the golden reincarnation disc was occupied by reincarnation seals, so even the light was black. Everyone covered their mouths in shock. How many times had she reincarnated? How many times have I reincarnated? Yun Nuoxing murmured the thoughts in everyone's mind. The reincarnation seals were a little terrifying. It was so terrifying that it made everyone's hearts turn cold. No one knew how long it took for a person to reincarnate, but it definitely took a very long time before they could be reincarnated. And on this reincarnation disc, it was probably close to 10,000 lives retracting her hand Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. She had only taken a drop of water from the reincarnation lake. If there was a threshold for viewing the past life and the future, then this drop of water should be able to see a very distant past life, right? Little star, past life. It's better if you don't look at it. Suddenly, Zai grabbed her hand and shook her head with a serious expression. She was a little worried. Although viewing the past life and the future would not cause too much of a difference in the current life, Yun Nuoshing's situation was too special. She had reincarnated for thousands of years. No one could imagine what would happen with this drop of water. When Yun Nuoshing heard this, she sighed and patted her head. She gave them a reassuring smile and said, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." After saying that, she took a deep breath and tapped lightly with her finger. That drop of water fell into the mirror. Ripples spread out, and then a bright light suddenly bloomed. Buzz! Countless images jumped out from the mirror. It was as if tens of thousands of worlds had bloomed. They were all playing slowly. Tens of thousands of images surrounded everyone. Those images were so realistic that they left everyone speechless. Thousands of images. These are all of little stars past. Zai's eyes widened when she saw those images. Some of the images were very bloody. In the images, a man wielded a huge sword and walked with blood. Even the sky was dyed a bright red. There was also a vast and boundless starry sky. Heaven and earth seemed to be collapsing. The starry sky was shattering, and the entire world was falling apart. Yun Nuoshing only focused on the largest image in the middle. Her pupils constricted. In the image, the coquettish man had a head of fiery red hair and a pair of reddish-black wings that were thousands of feet wide. Behind him, a monstrous golden sea of fire covered the starry sky. He was floating outside a pyramid-like world. The image changed. The man's clothes were as white as snow. He was as ethereal as an immortal. He held a zither and floated in the sky. Beneath his feet was a dreamlike continent. It looked like an archipelago. The huge island in the center was surrounded by 4 smaller islands. Then the image changed again. A godlike figure soared into the sky with a sword in his hand. Black fog rushed out from his body, and tens of thousands of weapons floated around him. The image continued to change. In a huge world, a snow-white palace stood. A few people could be vaguely seen on it. "I want you to walk through this vast and boundless world with me." This was a scene on a rainy night. A man who seemed to have lost his soul walked into an alley and hugged a young girl. He muttered weakly. This scene made Yun Nuoshing's heart twitch. He vaguely remembered this scene. That girl seemed to be Xian Yin. The vastness of the world is but a snap of the fingers. Before the world was born, I was born. I am the world, and I am the king. Defiant of fate, you will be punished by the eternal flames of calamity. Kill me, otherwise I will bury this world with you. On the day I return to the world, all the realms in the heavens will bow at my feet. The roars were transmitted to their ears through the image. It was as if they were imprinted in the void. It made their emotions surge. It was as if they were there in person and had seen the arrogant man with their own eyes. That shocking and angry voice seemed to come from the depths of his soul. It made those who heard it tremble. Crack! A crisp sound pulled everyone's attention back. A crack had suddenly appeared on the reincarnation mirror and spread across the entire mirror. The many images had also completely blurred at this moment and dissipated with the wind. Chapter 3:24. Even the reincarnation mirror was shattered. Hearing this shattering sound, Zai shuddered and hurriedly pulled his mind back. Seeing the mirror covered with spider webs, the cracking sound made everyone a little sluggish. For this mirror to be preserved from that distant era until now, it was at least at the level of an eternal divine weapon. Today, it was actually shattered by some memories from who knows how many years ago. It was simply absurd, looking at the lake, the world, and the forest that was still the same. Yun Nuoshing suddenly felt a little absent-minded. Although he saw so many scenes emerging, his memory did not change at all, and there was no sign of it recovering. It's better to look at this life. At this time, Yun Nuoshing only had this one sentence in his heart. He was a little regretful that he did not see the things of this life. He was shocked by the black reincarnation disc and only wanted to see the things of the previous life. For a moment, he forgot his original intention. "Little star, are you okay?" Seeing his sluggish look, Xian was a little worried. She hurriedly went forward to support him, holding his hand and asking worriedly, "I'm fine. I forgot to look at the things of this life. I never thought that the mirror would shatter." Yun Nuoshing shook his head and smiled lightly, as if what he saw had nothing to do with him. Hearing this, Xian breathed a sigh of relief. She touched his head with her jade hand and smiled gently, saying, "It's okay. No matter what happened in the previous life, in this life, little star is little star. No matter now or in the future, you are you." Hearing this, everyone nodded. The things of the previous life were in the past. They could only look at them as if they were reading a story. They could not let it disturb the pace of the present life. Yun Nuoshing nodded. His gaze paused and said, "Zai, what are you doing?" Everyone was stunned and hurriedly turned their heads, only to see Zai kneeling on the grass. Her jade fingers were inscribing a complicated and mysterious magic formation and profound talismans. Her expression was solemn, as if she was deducing something. Hearing his voice, Zai raised her head and looked at him. She frowned and said, "I'm calculating your background." The things of the previous life are in the past. There's no need to go." Yun Nuoshing blinked when he heard this. Before he could finish speaking, everyone saw that the small magic formation suddenly emitted an extremely brilliant light. The sea of light drowned everyone, and an unusual sense of danger arose in their hearts. Danger! A frightening energy spread out, causing Yun Nuoshing to cry out in fear. Light elements flashed, and golden chains stretched out, pulling everyone over. Then, they quickly rushed into the distance. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion was deafening, and dust flew up into the air. A bottomless pit suddenly appeared on the ground, causing the entire temple to shake violently twice. This space even showed signs of disintegrating, causing everyone who had fled far away to wipe off their sweat. This attack was equivalent to a full-powered attack from a god emperor. Buffed! Zai suddenly spat out a mouthful of purplish-red blood. The blood stained her clothes red, and her beautiful face became much paler. She leaned weakly in Yun Nuoshing's arms. Her bright eyes were a little unfocused, and she looked very sad. "Zai," Yun Nuoshing was shocked. He hurriedly supported her and wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth. This girl, who had always been proud and strong, showed her weak side in front of him for the first time. It made his heart ache a little. "Hee, I miscalculated. I actually suffered a backlash." Zai forced a smile as she lay in Yun Nuoshing's arms. Some purplish-red blood seeped out from between her pearl-white teeth. She licked her red lips and struggled to stand up. She didn't want everyone to see her weak side. However, Zai couldn't stand up no matter how hard she tried. She had no choice but to lie down and look at Yun Nuoshing. "Your past is unfathomable. Someone used a forbidden method to completely seal your past. Even the power of a divine spirit might not be able to guess." After saying that, she pointed at the shattered mirror of samsara. Her meaning was self-evident. The mirror of samsara was comparable to an eternal divine weapon, but it had shattered just now. Why are you still talking about this at a time like this? Her words were like a heavy hammer that struck Yun Nuoxing's heart. However, he didn't care so much. Golden energy flowed and entered Zai's body bit by bit. Touching Yun Nuoxing's face, Zai smiled sweetly and said, "I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while." As soon as she said that, her delicate body emitted a gentle purple light. After a while, it turned into a flame and entered the pattern on Yun Nuoxing's chest. Although it was still flickering brightly, Yun Nuoxing could feel waves of weakness. He hurriedly mobilized the origin of his divine body and surrounded the purple flame carefully. Really, none of them are reassuring. After doing that, Yun Nuoxing stood up and sighed helplessly. Everyone's expression was very grave. Yun Nuoxing didn't care about Zai's words, but it didn't mean that everyone else didn't care. Even an emperor god and an eternal divine weapon had been damaged because of the speculation about Yun Nuoxing's past. What kind of person had done that? What kind of person could be so ruthless? Seeing everyone's grave expressions, Yun Nuoxing shrugged helplessly and looked at the lake. Seeing that the mirror was still there and that there was no problem within 3 meters of the mirror, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the explosion hadn't destroyed these two things. Walking to the lakeside, Yun Nuoxing carefully put away the mirror. Then he took out a white bottle and stored the reincarnation lake in one go. Who knows what use it might have in the future? As for the mirror, although it was already broken, it was still an eternal divine weapon. The material used to make it was the 12th level divine rune dark gold. It was also a material exclusive to gods. Looking at the huge hole in front of him, Yun Nuoxing touched the 1-foot-tall bottle in his hand with satisfaction. This bottle was also a divine weapon. It had no problem storing an entire city. Now, it had no problem storing the lake water. "Someone has entered the temple," Elder Yu Qing said after sensing for a while. "Let's go. We have to hurry. There are still 3 places left." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing nodded. They had been having too much fun here and had forgotten about the time. Everyone nodded and flew back to the passage they came from. After returning to the passage, everyone discovered that they could control the wind element again. They quickly soared into the air and turned into a few shadows as they flew around the spacious passage. Inside the neat hall, there was nothing special except for some broken passageways. Along the way, they encountered a few blocked paths. Luminous pearls and lamps fell to the ground, but this passageway was easily broken through with a punch. Speaking of which, this temple isn't a historical site. There isn't anything particularly precious in it. After coming out of a secret room, Yun Nuoxing sighed and shook his head. He took out the map and said, a little puzzled. He had gone to 4 or 5 secret rooms like this, but he didn't find anything. This secret room seemed to be used for cultivation. There was nothing precious left. Hearing this, everyone rolled their eyes. "You've already taken the divine, runic dark gold. What other precious things do you still want? Let's go to the spirit beast pool. Let's see if we can take 1 or 2 flood dragons as pets." After being despised by everyone, Yun Nuoxing smiled and looked at the 3-word spirit beast pool and nodded when everyone rushed out of the passage and arrived at a place that seemed to have formed a world of its own. The wind element once again failed. Apart from Yu Qing and a few other elders who could use the power of space to fly, the others all fell to the ground, followed by a wave of heat. This was a barren land with several towering volcanoes spewing out hot air. The hot air spread from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. This kind of high temperature couldn't even be completely blocked by the energy barrier, causing everyone to sweat profusely. At the mouth of the 5 volcanoes, 5 different colors of light shone into the sky. If one looked from the sky, they would discover that these 5 volcanoes were arranged in a pentagram. Red, blue, yellow, green, and black liquid flowed from the foot of the volcanoes all the way to the small lake in the middle. The 5-colored light illuminated the place, making it seem like a dream. Dense fog filled the air, making it seem like a paradise. What the hell is this place? It's so hot. Yun Nuashing couldn't help wiping his sweat. Looking at the 5 volcanoes that were spewing smoke, he mistakenly thought that he had come to a purgatory and not some spirit beast pool. Did we come to the wrong place? Yuan Qian couldn't stand the heat either. She quickly fanned her face with her jade-like hands, causing her to sweat profusely. These aren't volcanoes, but liquid energy condensed from 5 different divine materials. It has a great effect on cultivation and tempering the body, especially the spirit beast pool in the center. It has fused 5 different liquids. The density of the energy is enough to fill an immortal steppe cultivator to death. Yu Qing carefully sized up the place and said, 5 elemental energy? Yun Nuashing was stunned and asked, No, the energy here has nothing to do with the 5 elements. It's just pure energy of the 5 elements. Yu Qing shook his head and said, Although cultivators can't withstand such a large amount of energy, magical beasts can absorb it without any fear. After all, their physiques are much stronger than humans. Hearing that, Yun Nuashing felt a bit regretful. If it really was the condensation of 5 elemental energy, it would be infinitely beneficial to Xian. After all, she had a 5 elemental body. She had an innate affinity with the 5 elemental energy. If she soaked in it, it would be difficult for her to not advance. However, this thought was quickly dispelled. Although it wasn't the 5 elemental energy, it was still extremely majestic and full of spiritual energy. Yun Nuashing suddenly touched the space between his eyebrows. The phoenix egg between his eyebrows suddenly trembled. A faint light shone from the space between his eyebrows. He could faintly hear a voice of desire. The will was so strong that it actually moved him a bit. He couldn't help but walk out. Feeling the movement of the phoenix egg, Yun Nuashing stared blankly for a moment. Then he became slightly happy. His soul came out from the space between his eyebrows and promptly swept through the area. Then he carried Ming and rushed out, leaving everyone behind in a daze. After staring blankly for a moment, he hurriedly chased after them. The light essence carried Yun Nuashing in a flash. In an instant, he arrived at the colorful pool in the middle. The rich spiritual energy made him suddenly tremble. An incomparably comfortable feeling arose spontaneously. Although he was sweating profusely and his clothes stuck to his body, it was a bit uncomfortable. However, the refreshing feeling brought about by the abundant energy made him ignore this discomfort. This pool was about 300 meters in size. It was formed by piling stones around the edges. It looked very much like a hot spring. Colorful energy mist continuously rose, enveloping the entire area. Yun Nuashing reached out and touched the space between his eyebrows. He took out the half-black and half-pink phoenix egg. So many years had passed, but its appearance was still the same. There was no change at all. The 2 colors were perfectly balanced, neither more nor less. However, at this moment, it was emitting a blazing light. As soon as it came out from the space between Yun Nuashing's eyebrows, it plunged into the pool, creating a splash before it disappeared. Yun Nuashing opened his mouth wide. He watched as the egg plunged into the pool, creating a splash before it disappeared. Little star, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly rush over? At this moment, Xian and the others also ran over. As soon as they got close, their bodies trembled. A colorful light passed through their bodies, and cheers actually sounded from within their bodies. What rich energy! Even Elder Yuqing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yun Nuoxing's mouth opened in an "oh" shape. She pointed at the rippling water and said, it fell in it. Who is it?" When they heard this, they were so frightened that they quickly looked at the egg in Yun Nuoxing's arms. When they saw that the Ming was still there, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Then they frowned, not knowing what it was. "It's..." Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. Just as she was about to say something, she saw the colorful water surface suddenly ripple. It was as if something had floated up. Everyone quickly gathered over. Splash! The sound of water splashing could be heard. The phoenix egg slowly floated up from the pool. Its entire body was wrapped in colorful energy. It was extremely dazzling. Waves of energy slowly spread out, causing ripples to appear in the air. The vast energy caused everyone to be a little moved. This energy is at least an ancient demon beast. Elder Yuqing looked deeply at the phoenix egg and said solemnly, "Moreover, if I'm not wrong, it should be hatching." "What? It's hatching?" Yun Nuoxing was extremely excited when she heard this. Chapter 325. This phoenix egg was brought out from the fiery red world on Yun Nuo planet and unsealed by accident in Yuyan City. Later on, there was no movement at all. Normally, no one would touch it. Even so, he was very much looking forward to the day when it hatched. He looked forward to the day when he could sit on the back of this one and only phoenix and roam the world. Moreover, the phoenix was the only divine beast in the world. If it grew up, it could directly fight against the gods. Moreover, it had the god's position of the fire god. Once it reached the initial god level, it would automatically obtain the god's position. Being born with a god position was something that countless people could not even imagine. Now that she heard that the phoenix egg was about to hatch, Yun Nuoxing was naturally excited, as if she had drunk dragon blood and taken an aphrodisiac. This way, she would have an exceptionally powerful mount in the future. Her evil and cute smile scared Ziyi and Yuan Qian away. Each of them opened their eyes and carefully looked at her. "Why did you all retreat so far?" After laughing for a while, Yun Nuoxing realized that she had lost her composure. She hurriedly covered her mouth and coughed dryly. She was stunned for a moment, but when she saw that everyone was 10 meters away from her, she could not help but ask. Everyone laughed dryly and waved their hands. Seeing that she had returned to her original state, they walked over. Yun Nuoxing looked at the phoenix egg wrapped in colorful energy and excitedly rubbed her hands. Countless amounts of energy condensed in the spiritual beast pool. Ordinary people could not directly absorb this violent energy. However, for a divine beast with the purest phoenix bloodline, it was not a problem at all. At this time, it was like a catalyst that accelerated the hatching of the small phoenix that was still in the process of forming. Through the evil spirit eye, Yun Nuoxing could see that within the 1 meter tall, colorful cocoon, another powerful life was slowly forming. The majestic life force was constantly churning, causing the surrounding space to tremble a little. After this incident, everyone was not in a hurry to leave, although time was tight, and there were people outside who were about to come in. It was not as important as waiting for a divine beast to hatch. Thinking of this, everyone sat down cross-legged and quietly waited for the phoenix egg to hatch. However, this wait did not take up much time. In just 5 minutes, the colorful energy had completely shrunk into the phoenix egg, and the half-black and half-crimson color had completely blended together. The color flowed like a liquid, and it looked very beautiful. After the colorful energy seeped into the egg, the phoenix egg trembled slightly. Then it floated over to Yun Nuoxing and circled around him twice. Then, under everyone's shocked and speechless gazes, it lifted Yun Nuoxing's clothes and dove into his stomach. Hey, hey, hey! Startled by the phoenix egg's movements, Yun Nuoxing hurriedly carried it out. At this time, the phoenix egg had shrunk by a lot. It was not even 1 foot tall. Inside the egg, there were some small whirlpools. Energy was gathering towards the center, and this layer of energy eggshell was warm. It was not as hot as before. Buzz. Seeing that it had been taken out, the phoenix egg immediately emitted a faint light. Everyone actually felt a little emotional fluctuation, as if it had been wronged. Then it wanted to burrow into Yun Nuoxing's stomach. F***. At this moment, there was no need to say anything. Yun Nuoxing also understood what it meant. Black lines drooped down from his forehead, and his face twitched violently. This phoenix actually wanted him to incubate the egg. A phoenix is not a chicken. Why do you have to incubate the egg like this? More importantly, I'm not a female. I've never heard of a male incubating the egg. Yun Nuoxing complained fiercely. He pressed his palm firmly against the egg. Then he thought for a moment and turned his gaze to Xian. He blinked and said, "Girl, why don't you incubate this egg?" When Xian heard this, she was stunned for a moment. A blush appeared on her pretty face. Then she quickly shook her head and waved her lily-white hands vigorously. How could he let a girl incubate the egg? No matter how he thought about it, it was strange. Seeing that Xian was unwilling, Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. Then he turned his gaze to Yuan Qian and said with a smile, Qian, you... Seeing that Yun Nuoxing had turned his gaze to her, Yuan Qian blushed. She shook her head like a rattle drum and quickly retreated behind Elder Yuqing and the others. She laughed dryly and said, "Little boy, I really can't handle something as profound as incubating an egg. If you want me to bear your child, it would be easier." When she said this, everyone staggered and almost fell to the ground. Yun Nuoxing's handsome face turned even redder. He coughed heavily and rolled his eyes at her. "Is it really okay to say something like this? Has your integrity fallen into a smelly ditch?" Seeing that Yuan Qian was unwilling, Yun Nuoxing scratched his head in distress. He glanced at Elder Yu Xiao, Elder Yuqing, and the others. However, he instantly looked away. It was even more impossible for them. In the end, his gaze landed on Ming, who was curiously looking at the phoenix egg. Tears instantly gushed out of his eyes. How could he do this to such an adorable child? While he was hesitating, the phoenix egg's light gradually dimmed a little, as if it was losing its energy. A panicked emotion instantly reverberated in everyone's mind, making Yun Nuoxing want to slap himself to death. Sigh. After a heavy sigh, Yun Nuoxing gritted his teeth and shouted hysterically, I'll incubate it, okay?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Nuoxing stuffed the phoenix egg into his stomach. Then he tightened his windbreaker a little and spread out his 6 wings, covering his stomach perfectly. Only then did he sigh. His face twitched as he said, "Is this okay?" The phoenix egg trembled and even rubbed against his stomach, indicating that it was satisfied. This made him speechless. He wanted to buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. He didn't know what to say. Everyone looked at Yun Nuoxing's bulging stomach and hurriedly covered their mouths. Then they turned their heads and looked elsewhere, as if they didn't see anything. The little boy, no, the little girl is pregnant. Ha 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 ha. Yuan Qian covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh. This laughter caused a chain reaction. Even Xian and Yu Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Yun Nuoxing looked at them with hidden bitterness. After thinking for a while, he decided to go all out. Since he had already become a pregnant woman, he might as well go all out. As he thought of this, his face flashed with a red and blue light. In just a moment, his face, which was originally as beautiful as a girl's, was revealed. This made everyone spit out mouthfuls of water. Their expressions were strange, and they didn't know what to say. "Why aren't you laughing?" Yun knew washing. No, Yusin rolled her eyes at them. Her jade hand touched her stomach, and a light and melodious voice came out, making everyone's expressions even more strange. Now, she didn't look out of place. She was completely like a pregnant woman who had been pregnant for 10 months. Humph! Yun Nuoshing snorted softly and pursed her lips proudly. Sometimes it was so easy to make others stop laughing. "I wonder how long it'll take to hatch." Yun Nuoshing touched the phoenix egg and sighed sadly. She couldn't keep walking around with such a big belly. If Jin Wang and the others saw it, it would be so embarrassing. It would be so embarrassing. However, it definitely wouldn't hatch in a short period of time. Xian walked up curiously and patted the phoenix egg. Then he did something that made everyone turn to stone. Xian lowered his head and pressed his delicate ears against the wings. Through the thick layer of wings, he listened to the phoenix egg's movements. It was as if he was listening to a little life's heartbeat. This strange action made Yun Nuoshing roll her eyes. "You're a little girl, and you're turning into one." Yuan Qian rolled her eyes. After speaking, she walked up and copied Xian and pressed her ears against the wings. Everyone was speechless. Yun Nuoshing shrugged cutely. Although this action was a little strange, it wasn't a big deal. Let them be, just as they wanted to see if there was anything else here. A slight explosion suddenly came from the distance. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They quickly turned their heads and looked at each other. They could see the seriousness in each other's eyes. It seemed that the person who came in was very close to this place. "Take away this piece of land. This spiritual liquid is very useful. It will be very useful in the future." Yuan Qian said to Yun Nuoshing. He had the most treasures on him. He was probably the only person here who had the ability to take away this piece of land. However, she was just saying it casually. Yun Nuoshing nodded when he heard this. He also knew that this spiritual liquid was priceless and would be very useful to him. He didn't hesitate and quickly took out the green mountain and the core of the godly power weapon. He opened up the piece of land and smashed it to the ground. Then he activated the core and put it away. When there was a flash of light, there was only a huge hole in the ground. There was nothing left. Everyone opened their mouths in shock. Only Xian and Ming could look at each other calmly. Only the two of them knew Yun Nuoshing's background. Yuan Qian's eyelids twitched. She was just saying it. She didn't expect that it would really be put away. "Let's go to the apotheosis altar." Yun Nuoshing took out the map and looked at Demon Water Cave. But there was a small skull marked there. Yun Nuoshing frowned, and then looked at the Divine Seal altar. Everyone nodded. And then, without stopping, they rushed out according to the map. At this moment, many people had already rushed in. In addition to the main hall, there were also people flying towards the places marked with names of places. Along the way, the places they passed by were like locusts passing through. Nothing was left intact. However, there was nothing precious to begin with. Even if they dug 3 feet into the ground, they wouldn't find anything. Moreover, these people didn't have a map. They didn't know where to go. At this moment, the importance of a map suddenly became obvious. Isn't this Tana's water god temple a ruin? Why is there nothing here? Ancient scriptures, ancient techniques, ancient techniques. Why is there nothing here? Isn't this a sacred place for everyone in the world? It feels like a trap. There was such a big guy at the entrance, and we were almost wiped out. Why is there nothing after we come in? At this moment, these people who were rampaging in the temple were angry because they couldn't find anything. They turned the originally dilapidated temple upside down and smashed everything they saw. Unfortunately, Yun Nuoshing and the others had just rushed out of a passage when they saw a group of people turn their eyes and look at them from head to toe. Yun Nuoshing glanced at this group of people. However, these people only glanced at them and then went back to crazily destroying everything. Only a sloppy old man was left. He was waving at them and shouting, "Hey, little brother, let's go together. Let's go in and get the god's weapon." This person was the old man who sold the map of the Tana's water god temple. Chapter 3:26. In the chaotic hall, the sound of things being smashed and shouts were incessant. Inside the dark blue walls, there was an inextinguishable luster. The old man was dressed in linen clothes. He was unshaven and slovenly, but his temperament was unrestrained and ethereal. He was waving at Yun Nuoshing and the others with all his might and shouting at the top of his lungs, "Little brother, let's go together. The treasures depend on one's luck. There is nothing valuable here. These people don't even know where the real treasures are." The old man came up with a smile and saw through Yun Nuoshing at a glance, which surprised everyone. His face had misled many people. Back then, even Jin Wang and the others did not recognize him. This fluctuation, is it an ancient strange beast? Suddenly, the old man stared at Yun Nuoshing's stomach and felt a majestic vitality. There was some surprise on his face. Awkward. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. He held his stomach, turned around, and said in his original voice, "Don't stare. It is frightened by you. He, it is fate that we met. Let's go together. We can take care of each other on the way. As for the magical weapon, it depends on our luck." The old man was called Qingfeng. He looked at Yun Nuoshing with a smile and said in a low voice, "I have found a place for the treasures, but I need some help to get it. Let's go together." Yun Nuoshing heard this and looked at him suspiciously. He frowned. He could not see through this person and was a little wary. However, after hesitating for a moment, he nodded. Anyway, he was not afraid of a fight. There were many people here. Jin Wang and the others were also in the shrine. He was not afraid that someone would attack them. Qingfeng saw him nodding his head, and the smile on her face deepened. She then called out to everyone and flew towards a passageway. Yun Nuoshing and the rest also quickly followed. After flying for a long time in the passageway, everyone gradually felt a bit of pressure. Yun Nuoshing took out the map and looked at it. She found that they were flying towards the depths of the shrine. Moreover, if she was not wrong, they should be flying towards the conferred god altar. Not long after, everyone rushed out of the passageway again. However, this time, the passageway was strangely suspended in midair, as if a hole had suddenly opened in the sky. Just as they exited the passageway, they felt a powerful pressure that caused them to fall to the ground. Even Elder Yu Qing and the others were not spared and fell down with them. Even Shunming cannot fly here. Elder Yu Qing clenched her delicate hands and said in surprise, "This was also a world of its own." The air was dense with water vapor, and one could feel a sense of moisture when they moved their arms. A huge forest surrounded an azure ocean, and an island stood in the middle of the ocean. A huge azure platform seemed to be made of sapphire, and it went all the way to the top of the sky. The densely packed steps made people a little dizzy when they looked at it from afar. TSK, the conferred god altar. Could it be that the water god's deity position is really left behind? The old man stroked his beard and looked up at the square platform with a smile. He could vaguely see a few figures on it, and there were energy fluctuations circulating. It's the aura of the deity king and the others. Feeling this fluctuation, Yun Nuoshing had the urge to turn around and run. Everyone could not help but laugh when they saw his restless appearance. Why don't we not go? There are so many steps there, and it's so troublesome to walk up. Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly and looked at the exit behind him. Just as he was about to jump up, he felt a fragrant wind in the next instant. 2 warm and soft hands wrapped around his back and calves, and then he suddenly floated up. "Little boy, if you don't want to go, I'll carry you." Yuan Qian smiled and gave Yun Nuoshing a princess hug. His beautiful face immediately turned red. Before he could ask her to put him down, Yuan Qian had already rushed out of the room as if she was flying. No. Yun Nuoshing was so scared that his face turned pale. Unfortunately, he was in someone's arms and was flying. He could only reach out and hug Yuan Qian's slender neck and fly away with a scream. "Big brother is in pain and happy." Ming covered his mouth and laughed foolishly. When Xian saw this, he felt a little jealous, but he did not show it. He just sighed helplessly and followed with a bitter smile. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry, and quickly followed. The sight of another sea caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. They recalled what had happened outside the temple, but seeing that someone had safely stepped onto the divine seal altar, there shouldn't be any obstructions. Thus, everyone felt relieved and walked up. Qing Feng cast an array to protect everyone and then led them across the water. They arrived at the foot of the conferred God stage, peacefully. There's a heaven limit level God stage here. No, this is a heaven limit level God array. No, it's like this. Fortunately, it has been worn down by time. Otherwise, no one would be able to walk up. Qing Feng looked at the steps in front of him and kept his smiling face as he spoke solemnly. But at the end, he let out a sigh of relief. When everyone heard this, they also let out a sigh of relief. If it was really a heaven limit level God array that was still active, then it would be a big problem. Even Yun Nuoshing would not be able to do anything about it, unless this array was refined with energy, and he could use the divine body to restrain it. "Qian, put me down." Until this moment, Yun Nuoshing finally had the time to say something. His current position really made him embarrassed. He was already a grown man and had not tried being carried in a princess's arms. He should be the one carrying someone else. Moreover, he was not a little girl who relied on others. Even though he had a big belly and changed his face, he was still a young man. Moreover, in this position, he was just short of saying, "You hit me with the ball. Hee, little boy, hold tight. Elder sister will fly you up." Who knew that Yuan Qian just stuck out her tongue slyly? Then, carrying Yun Nuoshing, she took 100 steps and soared into the sky. Everyone pretended that they did not see anything and followed behind. "We've reached the top. We've reached the top. Hurry up and put me down." This was like a staircase that led to the sky. In less than a minute, they reached the top. They could even feel 2 auras confronting each other at the top. Yun Nuoshing's pretty face turned even paler. If anyone saw him like this, he would not be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the East Sea. Fortunately, when Yuan Qian was close to the top, she still obediently put Yun Nuoshing down, allowing him to take a few deep breaths. When everyone had gathered, they walked up together. However, when they reached the top, they realized that not only were Jin Wang and the others there were also a few old acquaintances, Qi Wen and the others from the Qi family. It seemed like everyone was here waiting for them. This made Yun Nuoshing's eyelids twitch. The top of the azure blue platform was 1,000 feet long and wide. In the middle, there was a simple circular altar. Thick dust covered the blue light. On the opposite side of the altar, Yun Nuoshing was no stranger. It was Qi Su and Qi Wen, the 2 god of the underworld. He could still remember their sinister eyes clearly. Moreover, other than the God King and the Qi family, There were some others who were standing 100 meters away, not daring to get close. However, what made Yun Nuoxing a little surprised was that Jin Wang and the other two actually had the strength of the god of the underworld. He remembered that the last time he saw them, they were only at the god of the underworld. How did they become god of the underworld after returning this time? This was a leap of two major realms. Spiritual divine body. Just as Yun Nuoxing and the others ascended, Qi saw him immediately. His face darkened instantly, and his sinister eyes were cold. However, he took a few steps back, subtly. The battle in Divine Sky City had left a shadow in his heart. That bastard Qi, you didn't come? It's such a pity that I didn't cripple him directly. Yun Nuoxing sneered. His face was cold, and there was a faint murderous aura around him. He didn't change his face back. Yuan Qian and the others were behind him and must have been noticed back then. They would definitely recognize him this time. However, now that he had the Netherworld Ruin Sword, he wasn't too worried. The ones who should be worried should be Qi and the others. However, saying this made him feel a little ashamed. According to his character, he shouldn't have said such things. Third brother is unfortunately in seclusion. Before coming out, he asked me to send his regards to the divine body. Qi Su waved his hand and smiled faintly. Although he had a carefree appearance, everyone was able to discern the killing intent that was concealed extremely deeply within his words. You old dog, you actually survived? You must have wasted a lot of the Qi family's elixirs, right? Seeing that his injuries were all healed, Yun Nuoxing was a little surprised. As if he had just discovered him, he sneered and said, "Go back and tell him that there's no need to send his regards. I'll go to the Qi family for a cup of tea one day." As soon as he said this, Qi Su's face darkened. Everyone wiped their sweat. The moment they met, they were already at daggers drawn. What deep hatred! "I'm afraid you don't have the ability," Qi Su said faintly. He had completely restrained his murderous intent. After all, Yun Nuoxing had more than 10 gods with him. They were very difficult to deal with. If he attacked, he would definitely be killed here. Jin Wang and the others turned around when they heard the voice. Then, they were all petrified. Dozens of pairs of eyes stared straight at Yun Nuoxing's stomach. They couldn't understand how her stomach had gotten so big in less than an hour. "Little brother, the power behind you is really big." Seeing that this group of people were all standing on his side, Qing Feng looked at Yun Nuoxing with slight surprise, and then looked at the Qi family before sighing. In her heart, she had an understanding of Yun Nuoxing's identity. Who else could cause trouble for the Qi family other than the divine body Na Ling? Yun Nuoxing spread his hands and walked to Jin Wang and the others. Seeing their gazes, he shuddered and quickly turned around with the phoenix egg in his hands. His eyes were glowing green. Ancient strange beast, staring at Yun Nuoxing's stomach, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although they had a lot of questions to ask, now wasn't the time. The Qi family was still eyeing them covetously, and there were plenty of opportunities to chat. Speaking of which, why did your cultivation level soar by 2 levels? Did your cultivation go berserk? Compared to him, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but ask Jin Wang. The last time they met, they were only God and underworld experts. How did they suddenly become God and underworld experts? Hearing this question, Jin Wang and the others spread their hands and transmitted their voices. It should be said that we originally had this level of strength. It's just that in the past, we split our energy to do some things. Back then, the 9 of them did their best to repair the altars left behind by the 9 ancestors. They left behind a portion of their soul power and a portion of their strength. So when they came out, they were all God and underworld experts. Now that the altars were all repaired, they naturally wanted to take back their original strength. Do bad things. Yun Nuashing tilted his head. The 8 god kings. If it wasn't to find you, little bastard, would we have to do that? Cough. I'm not going to argue with you. The gold god king coughed and pointed his chin at the 10-meter-wide circle in the center. When the heavens path opens, you take this group of fellows and charge in. We will stay here to defend against the 3 old fellows from the Chi family. Heavenly Road. Oh, that altar should be the entrance to a self-created world. However, it requires a stronger energy to activate. Qing Feng continued the conversation. That's right. Jin Jinwang nodded and glanced at Qing Feng. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then he turned to look at the dozens of people and whispered, "Those people will probably go in later. In short, we will be responsible for blocking the Qi family. You guys go in and take a look. If there's any danger, retreat as soon as possible." Yun Nuashing nodded. He knew that Jin Jinwang wanted to separate him from the Qi family to prevent others from secretly attacking him. Buzz. At this moment, the circular altar suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Then, the dust covering the surface of the altar trembled and floated to one side, revealing an incomparably complicated array. Everyone who looked at it felt dizzy. Jin Jinwang also hurriedly turned his eyes away. Buzz. Another buzzing sound was heard, and the sky suddenly darkened. The sky turned dark in an instant, and the stars twinkled. The altar was emitting a gentle azure light. Then a white jade staircase suddenly descended from the sky and knocked on the center of the altar. Bang! A great pressure descended from the sky. The thin layer of white light seemed to have the strength of 1,000 caddies as it enveloped everyone. At this moment, at the top of the conferred god stage, those who had not reached the heavenly god level all knelt down with a bang, causing the floor to crack a little, if not for the protection of Jin Jinwang, Yun Nuashing, and the others would probably have knelt down in an instant. Let's go. But at this moment, Yun Nuashing shouted loudly and led everyone to soar into the sky. The light element wrapped everyone and rushed towards the opening in the sky. Charge! The heavenly domain is open. There are treasures here. I've been waiting for this. At the same time, all the experts here roared. Their roars were like thunder that pierced through the ears. Even the earth trembled. Many weapons suddenly flew out from their bodies and floated beside them. They each used their magical powers to break through the restriction. Energy danced in the air as they led everyone into the white jade staircase. In just a few blinks of an eye, the crowd surrounding the top of the altar had completely disappeared. Only Jin Jinwang, Chi Su, and the other 5 people were left facing each other. The moment the 6 pairs of eyes met, the air suddenly became heavy. Chapter 3:27. The light element brought everyone into the Tenjiang-wide passage at an extreme speed. At the same time, the others hurriedly used all kinds of methods to break the restriction and rushed in. In just a moment, only Jin Jinwang's group of 3 and the 3 from the Qi family were left. They didn't move in the slightest. I'm really curious. Why do you want to shelter the spiritual divine physique? Is it because you want to cultivate the divine physique so that you can take its origin after cultivating the divine physique? Or do you really want to cultivate a spiritual divine physique? Seeing that the surroundings were suddenly empty, Chi Su shrugged and looked at Jin Jinwang with a faint smile. Ha! Jin Jinwang let out an ambiguous laugh. He narrowed his golden eyes and ridiculed, "Don't use your dirty heart to guess our thoughts. Little Star is very important to us. Only your Qi family can do such a disgusting thing as killing people to take their origin." My Qi family has always been open and above board. We don't care about right or wrong. The world has nothing to do with us. We only do what we want to do, Qi Su said with a faint smile. Well, open and above board. Hasn't your Qi family done a lot of outrageous things? Jin Jinwang sneered. The Qi family was very fanatical about people with special physiques. To be more precise, they were fanatical about those special physiques. They took their origin and collected it for research. This kind of thing had been done countless times since the Archean era. Most of the geniuses with special physiques who disappeared inexplicably were secretly killed, and their origin was taken away. However, the Qi family was very secretive. Almost no one found out about it. Only some great forces from the Archean era, such as the 9 great elemental temples, paid attention to it. Although they knew about it, the life and death of those people didn't have much impact on this world. It was just one person. If he died, he died. How many people died every day? Unless it was too outrageous or they were being bullied, they wouldn't pay attention to it. As for the divine physique that was born with the supreme physique, it was also their hunting target. However, it was a pity that there were only a few divine physiques that were born in this world. Every time they participated, they never got what they wanted. After all, the origin of the divine physique was too difficult to capture. It would disappear almost at the moment when its owner died, so it was very difficult to get. Moreover, a heaven-defying physique, like the spirit receiving godly physique, was nurtured by the heavens and protected by the heavens and earth. If its origin was really obtained by someone, it would be difficult to graft it onto someone else. I won't argue with you. The Gold God King waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "What the Qi clan did in the past is your business. However, little Xingxing will definitely not be handed over to you. His identity is very special to the entire 9 deities hall. If anything happens to him, the hall masters will go crazy." Hearing him mention the temple master, Qi Su's eyes trembled slightly. After a while, he smiled faintly. "Are you threatening my Qi family? You can think whatever you want. Since you think it's a threat, I don't mind saying another word." Jin Jinwang rolled his shoulders and said in a deep voice, "Your Qi family can at most stand up to any one of us. If the 9 great elemental temples work together, it's still possible to get rid of a few primeval families." Back in the day, the primogenitors of the 9 great elemental temples were all famous people. They were all sealed gods in the god world. When the 9 of them worked together, they ran amok. The forces they created were just like them. They were at the peak of their power. They produced many talents, and no one dared to provoke them. Although the 9 primogenitors fell later on, there were no signs of decline. Very soon, new divine kings appeared to replace them. Hearing this, Qi Su narrowed his eyes, and a cold aura circulated. However, he still had a faint smile on his face and looked unmoved. "I'll stop here. As for what you do, that's your business. If you don't want the temple master and the others to go to the Qi family's gathering, you'd better know your place." Jin Jinwang crossed his arms and said coldly, "Even if the Qi family doesn't do anything, the people of the world won't be willing to stay calm. The spiritual divine body will die prematurely. The 9 great elemental temples are very powerful, but don't forget that there are even more ancient forces in the god world." Chiwen said gloomily. His voice was like fingernails scratching on glass. It was very ear-piercing. "That's none of your business. Just take care of yourselves." Lei Tian gnashed his teeth fiercely. His eyes flashed with lightning as he stared at him. His rumbling voice echoed. The 6 of them looked at each other coldly and snorted coldly. They didn't say anything else. Yun Nuwashing and the others rushed up the white jade sky staircase with extreme speed. They came to a strange world where the energy was so dense that it turned into fog and floated in the air. Everyone shivered. This is a different world from the one we're in now. Feeling the energy that was different from the outside world, Qing Feng and the other deity kings exclaimed and widened their eyes. Even the sky piercer suddenly jumped out from Yun Nuoxing's arm. Lan Xian, with long blue hair, emerged from the sky piercer. Feeling this very familiar aura, Mei Mao's eyes welled up with tears. The mythological era. This is the world of the mythological era. It's the world where I was born and raised. Lan Xian, covered her small mouth with her jade hands and couldn't help but choke with sobs. 2 lines of tears quietly fell from her bright eyes. Scenes quickly replayed in her mind. Her sorrowful words made everyone forget to be surprised and fell silent for a moment. 5 eras had passed since the mythological era. Although she had finally awakened in this era, it should be her greatest regret that she wasn't able to stay in the mythological era to accompany her parents. Yun Nuoxing gently patted her head and didn't say anything. It would be wrong to say anything now. Someone is coming up. Qing Feng turned her head and looked at the white jade sky staircase not far away. There were constantly people rushing up the sky staircase with some special means. They also relied on the extreme speed of the light element to force their way up. Even after reaching this place, there was still suppression. Those who weren't gods couldn't fly. This is a self-contained world. It's very big. I wonder if there's a god position left behind. If there is, I wonder if it's the water god or the sea god. A man in a blue robe, the water god king, looked at this world with a fiery look in his eyes. For him whose main element was water, the god position was a priceless treasure. Ancient trees reached the sky, and the bright starry sky hung above this world. Spiritual energy densely filled every corner of this space. Taking a deep breath would make one feel refreshed, and the energy in one's body would fluctuate. In the past, Rain Country didn't have any water-related gods. I reckon that there wouldn't be a god position left behind. Lan Xian wiped her face and said with a nasal voice, "It's such a pity." The water god king heard it and sighed. He couldn't help but shake his head and said, "But the energy here is very rich. 1 day of cultivation can be equivalent to half a month." Everyone smiled and nodded. The energy here was indeed very rich. It could be said that cultivating here was twice the result with half the effort. Xian, Yun Nuoxing looked at the tear-stained face and sighed softly. He knew that Lan Xian's biggest wish was to return to the mythological era and be with her family. She didn't want to come to this era where she didn't know anyone. "Brother Nuoxing, I'm fine. I just thought of the past." Lan Xian wiped her face and shook her head with a smile. Her wish was very difficult to achieve, but now she had a family member and some friends who cared for her. What else could she be dissatisfied with? Everyone strolled in this world and didn't rush to fly forward. Strange scenes appeared in the sky from time to time. They were all formed by pure energy. In the forest, there were herbs full of spiritual energy everywhere. The rich energy made the few god kings couldn't help but look. However, they didn't recognize these herbs. They had never seen them in books. However, Lan Xian, who was picking the herbs excitedly with Yun Nuoxing, smiled and said these were very precious herbs in the mythological era. It was said that they could be refined into elixirs. This is ice magnolia, blue demon vine, and tianxiong bramble. I don't know much about them. Beside Yun Nuoxing, Qing Feng also squatted down. When they were picking the herbs, he quickly pricked up his ears and listened attentively. He was also very interested in these herbs. The herbs from the mythological era were all extinct. They couldn't be found in ancient books. It's so empty here. There's no life. It's too quiet, Xian said as he looked at the world. Well, there are no other creatures here. But it's probably impossible. The beautiful woman nodded. With the help of the rich wood element in the surrounding trees, she expanded her perception to more than half of the world. However, she didn't see any creatures other than the people who came in. But thinking about it, it was understandable. After such a long time, even the gods couldn't survive. It was already a miracle that they left behind this world. It was impossible for any other creatures to survive here. Hey! The beautiful woman suddenly paused, and her gaze stopped in one direction. Her beautiful eyes flickered with green light, and she saw an illusory palace. It was faintly discernible in the mist, as if it didn't exist, but it also seemed to have substance. It looked very strange. That's a palace. Qingfeng also saw this. He looked up with a dignified face. It's the inner hall of the Tana's water temple. Its existence has always been a legend because no one has seen it. I didn't expect it to be true. Lan Xian looked in that direction and thought for a while. Then she said, however, the inner hall is the real important place of the Tana's water temple. It is said that it was built by the ancestor himself. It seems that he left something behind. The people of the temple want to find the inner hall, but they didn't succeed. Because its whereabouts are uncertain, it is hard to tell if it is real or fake. Unless what? Hearing her pause, everyone quickly asked. I also heard it from hearsay. I don't know if it is true. Lan Xian stuck out her tongue cutely and said, it is said that 2 high-level eternal weapons can be used to fix its whereabouts. However, even the temple itself can't catch it, so I don't know if it is true. When everyone heard this, they were dumbfounded. They had eternal weapons, but they were in the hands of Jin Jinwang. However, they were not high-level eternal weapons. Moreover, the divine kings did not bring their eternal weapons with them. Is it the inner hall of the Tana's water temple? This old man is very curious. Qingfeng sighed and looked at the blurry palace in the distance. He seemed to be thinking about something. Shall we call Elder Jin and the others here? Nuoxing has an eternal weapon, right? 2 of them can make up the number. Although Yao Hua could not see the palace, he could only suggest this when it came to eternal weapons. Everyone nodded when they heard this. There were a few eternal weapons, but they were not high level. They looked at Yun Nuoxing, who spread out her hands and did not object. Those people can't free themselves. This old man will go all out this time. Hearing this, Qingfeng shook his head and said, however, there are so many of you. Among the treasures, can I only choose a few that are pleasing to my eyes? You want to share the treasures before we even go in. Everyone complained and rolled their eyes at him. This old man is afraid that you will kill me quietly after we go in. Little brother, what do you think? Qingfeng laughed and asked Yun Nuoxing. After all, the latter had the Xianlong Qin, so the decision was in his hands. Hey, didn't you say that the divine treasure depends on one's luck? Have you forgotten? Yun Nuoxing scratched her head and said, Chapter 328. When Qingfeng heard this, he chuckled and nodded. With a flip of his hand, a 3-feet-tall multicolored pagoda appeared in his hand. Although he did not use it, it did emit a great pressure. On the pagoda, there was an eye-catching imprint of a tree growing on a lotus flower, shocking everyone. Lotus tree, what a familiar imprint. Where have I seen it? Seeing the multicolored pagoda, the divine kings frowned and sank into deep thought. Lotus tree, this is the imprint of the god of glaze. This is his divine weapon, the glaze pagoda. The Glaze Pagoda from the Antiquity Age recorded in the ancient records. I never thought that it would appear here. It has been 2 eras since it disappeared. That outstanding person could not escape the trial of time. In the end, the water divine king sighed and said lightly, it was not difficult to hear the pity in his voice. The divine kings gasped and could not help but gulp. The god of glaze was a god from the Antiquity Age. It had been 3 eras since then. Although that god had passed away, his weapon had been left behind. Moreover, it was definitely a high-grade, eternal divine weapon. After all, the Xian Long Zither in Yun Nuoxing's body had a weak reaction on its own. Swoosh! At this moment, Yun Nuoxing also took out the Xian Long Zither. It emitted a silver-blue light, as if it was breathing. It resonated with the Glaze Pagoda, which surprised everyone. Eternal divine weapons could actually resonate with each other. Gently stroking the Xian Long Zither, Yun Nuoxing suddenly thought of that gentle and moving person. She made him yearn for her. Of course, this had nothing to do with love. After all, Xian Yin had called him brother. The 2 of them were more like family, like siblings. Shaking his head, Yun Nuoxing suppressed that little bit of longing and laughed faintly. Then his smile suddenly stiffened, and he laughed dryly. That who will carry me away later? Ah, everyone was stunned and looked at each other. They did not understand what he meant. Don't worry about that. Just tell me who carried me away. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly and waved her hand. At this moment, Ziyan's beautiful face reddened. She took a deep breath and seemed to have mustered up a great deal of courage as she slightly opened her red lips. However, she had only opened her mouth to speak a single word when it was snatched away by Yuan Qian. Hee, little boy, I'll just hug you. Yuan Qian smiled as she caressed Yun Nuoxing's face. Everyone was speechless when they saw how determined she was. Big sister Yuan Qian. Ziyan couldn't help but mutter as he looked at Yuan Qian with hidden bitterness. His words were filled with jealousy, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily. Even their teeth were chattering as they closed their eyes. Seeing Ziyan pouting her lips with a resentful look, Yuan Qian was stunned for a moment before she laughed dryly. Mei Mao turned around and said, Then, younger sister Ziyan, will you hug him? Hearing her say that, her face turned red, and the courage she had just mustered disappeared inexplicably. Ziyan hesitated and did not answer, but that was what she thought. I'll walk by myself. Yun Nuoxing was speechless when she saw the 2 of them. She felt that she should not have asked this question in the first place. After she finished speaking, she did not wait for the 2 of them to answer. She looked at Qing Feng and nodded before she touched the Xianlong Qin against the lapis lazuli pagoda. Wang! Just as the 2 weapons clashed, an abnormally large amount of energy suddenly burst forth. However, it was not a destructive power. The power was very gentle, and in the blink of an eye, it instantly spread throughout this self-created world. This is the fluctuation of an eternal weapon. Could it be that an eternal weapon is fighting? Hiss! If an eternal weapon is really set up, this world will be destroyed directly. Maybe the entire area of the Tana's Watershin Temple will be destroyed. There must be an eternal treasure. Maybe an eternal weapon has come into being. For an eternal weapon to have such a large fluctuation in the world today, it must be the ancient families or the 9 Shin temples. The moment this wave spread out, the entire world burst into discussions. Some people even flew towards the direction of Yun Nuo planet. Although they knew it was very dangerous, they couldn't help but want to see which 2 eternal weapons were fighting. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox, however, there were no signs of a great battle in this place. When the Xianlong Qin and the Lapis Lazuli Pagoda collided, the fluctuation caused by the collision shocked everyone present. Fortunately, this energy was not used to fight, but just blended together. If it was used to fight against the enemy, perhaps everyone present would be turned into ashes in an instant. Two boundless energies transformed into a Qi dragon that charged towards the misty palace. Along the way, it dispersed the energy mist in this place. Even the space was torn apart. The space here was extremely hard. The Divine King and the others had tried it before, but it was very difficult to tear the space apart. However, it was shattered by the two weapons, and this was just a little bit of the aftermath. Kacha! The two energies collided with the ethereal palace and immediately expelled the layer of fog. The surrounding space shattered like glass, and an invisible energy shield was also shattered at this moment. Even the fog in this world dissipated a lot. This is a magic array. It's used to hide the whereabouts of this palace. Everyone looked at all these changes in surprise. However, before they could take a closer look, they realized that there were specks of bright golden particles rising around them. They were a little confused, but those who had experienced it before wisely held onto the people around them tightly. Swoosh! Just as the light particles reached a certain concentration, Yun Nuoshing laughed loudly and led the crowd to rush towards the shrine. Suddenly, a few more miserable shrieks sounded from the horizon. Almost the moment they rushed into the palace, the surroundings were filled with fog again. The whereabouts of the palace instantly became ethereal, blocking outsiders from entering. As for Yun Nuoshing, who had just entered, the swirling zither was separated from the glazed pagoda. His head of purple hair instantly turned pale white with only a few traces of purple remaining. Clearly, his immortal energy was exhausted. After all, if he didn't release the seal on the swirling zither and used his own ability to play it, his energy would be instantly drained dry. That terrifying amount of energy was something that even a god couldn't withstand. However, before his energy was completely drained, he managed to rush into the palace and wasn't blocked by the fog. However, his forehead was sweating and his brows were tightly knitted. He looked very weak and seemed to have some difficulty moving. This was also why he said to find someone to carry him. "I'm really dying." Yun Nuoshing squeezed his weak palms and leaned against the wall. He laughed bitterly. Every time he spontaneously activated the swirling zither, his entire body would collapse. It was as if he had just run a lap around the realm of the gods. "Little star, are you all right?" Xian hurriedly went forward to support him when he saw his state and asked with concern. "I'm just tired. I'll be fine after some rest." Yun Nuoshing's pretty face was pale. He waved his hand and touched his winged stomach. When he found that the phoenix egg was still normal, he sighed in relief. "Let's go. Sooner or later, people will find out about what happened here. Maybe someone else will be able to come in. Let's be the early bird and get some benefits first." After saying that, he strode forward. If it wasn't for his swaying appearance, everyone would really think that he was fine. What a stubborn little girl. Looking at the swaying figure, which was somewhat similar to the image he saw back then, he couldn't help but chuckle. The other god kings also nodded helplessly. She completely inherited that guy's temperament. The water god king sighed and said, "Nuoshing, don't force yourself. You can't even walk properly." Yuanshi said, unhappily. He directly walked in front of him and squatted down. His meaning was obvious. The phoenix egg is still here. Looking at the white figure, Yun Nuoshing faintly smiled and pulled him up. He shook his head and said, "All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Finding the treasure is more important. This small matter can be solved in an instant." The water god king couldn't watch any longer. He walked to Yun Nuoshing's side and patted his shoulder. A dense energy surged into his body and instantly filled up the hole in his body. "Thank you, Senior," Yun Nuoshing sighed in relief and said with a smile. "You idiot!" In the end, the four old friends roared at the Water God King. He was directly stunned by their roars. He didn't understand what was going on. The Water God King was confused. He didn't understand why they were suddenly angry. "This group of children is playing around. Why are you joining in the fun?" The beautiful woman rolled her eyes and said unhappily. The Water God King was embarrassed. He laughed dryly and said, let's go find the treasure. We are in a hurry. I am thinking for everyone. Go, go, go." Yuan Shi and the others muttered unhappily. Only Yun Nuoshing was a little confused. He didn't understand what was going on. After fooling around for a while, everyone became serious and walked into the palace. However, they were all vigilant of the surrounding situation. If this was really a palace built by the ancestor of the Tana's water god temple, it definitely wouldn't be simple. There might be some restrictions left behind. Although this group of people was quite strong, it wouldn't be good if they were ambushed. Among these people, Qing Feng, who was carrying the lapis lazuli pagoda, was naturally the best pathfinder. If there were any unforeseen circumstances, he could use the eternal divine weapon to block it. However, Yun Nuoshing, who had been through this kind of place before, had some experience. Naturally, he took on the role of an experienced horse and led the group in a rampage. Whenever he saw a secret chamber, he would charge headfirst into it. Of course, he dared to be so unbridled because he relied on the evil spirit essence. He used the Netherworld Ruins sword to destroy all the unknown spirit designs on the ground. Who knew how many spirit designs he destroyed along the way? So many weapons. Sigh, they aren't divine level. I don't want to give them to you. Wow, array diagrams. TSK, there are no seals or heavenly restrictions. I don't want them. Ancient scriptures, I'll keep some. Elixirs, prescriptions, I want them. He led the group and flew around the palace. He kicked the doors when he saw them. However, these things were of a lower grade. Some of them were even disdained by Yun Nuoshing's current eyesight. He stuffed them all to others and only took a little. This kind of generosity really made the group speechless. He used the light elements to fly around. In just a short while, he had covered half of the palace. When they passed by the entrance of the main hall, Yun Nuoshing thought for a while and took out Ling Hongjin. Then he used the space slicer to move the dozens of arrays from other places to the entrance, blocking it completely. With this posture, if anyone came in, they would definitely be bombarded indiscriminately. Here's a gift for you all. Yun Nuoshing smiled evilly and licked his teeth. Everyone whispered, he's really a demon. The group continued to go deeper into the palace. When they kicked open a door, they were stunned for a moment. Then they all gasped. Dozens of weapons were floating in the golden room that was filled with runes. Judging from their energy fluctuations, it was obvious that they weren't simple objects. Many of them had even reached the divine level. A silver altar was lying below the weapons, emitting a faint radiance. A faint cold air was emitting from it, and the floor within 1,000 feet of it was covered in ice. This is the moon ice crystal. Qing Feng and the few divine kings were all knowledgeable people. They recognized it at a glance. This was a 12th grade material that was as famous as the sunblood crystal. They were all extremely precious divine items. Moon platform. Yun Nuoshing suddenly understood and nodded. He looked at the silver platform that was 20 feet long and 10 feet tall and muttered. Although this was not as heavy as his Scarlet Cross Sun Blood Crystal. The latter was only half a weapon. On the other hand, the former was 100% weapon. Although they were 1,000 feet away, everyone still felt that the faint cold air had spread over. They stopped in their tracks and did not dare to go over. The cold air from the moon platform could even freeze energy. Qing Feng smiled. The lapis lazuli pagoda hung above his head and released streams of energy to protect him. Then he flashed towards the moon platform. He was also very covetous of this moon platform. Seeing this, everyone could only sigh helplessly. There was no other way. He had an eternal divine weapon and was not afraid of this cold air. However, they did not have one and could only stare at the treasure. Qing Feng smiled. His palm was about to land on the moon platform when he smiled and said, "This old man only wants this. I don't want any other treasures after this." Bang! However, just as he was about to touch the moon platform, the latter suddenly released a cold light. A huge force suddenly appeared and sent him flying. Even the lapis lazuli pagoda was sent flying. Ah! Qing Feng covered his hand and let out a strange cry. A layer of black ice was slowly climbing up his arm. He was so frightened that he quickly used the lapis lazuli pagoda to protect his arm and refine the black ice. Otherwise, his entire arm would be crippled. Everyone was at a loss and did not know what had happened. I miscalculated. That moon platform has a complete weapon spirit in it. It has already entered the ranks of eternal divine weapons and can even be forged into a divine weapon. However, the consciousness in the lapis lazuli pagoda has been sleeping. I can't activate all the energy and can't subdue it. Qing Feng said a little dejectedly and shook his head with a bitter smile. Yun Nuoxing spread out his hands and glanced at the lunar platform. Light elements gushed out, and his figure flashed, appearing beside Yun Nuoxing. The bone-piercing chill made him shiver, and several layers of goosebumps appeared on his skin. "Little star!" everyone exclaimed. He could not even subdue an eternal divine weapon. Wasn't he courting death by going there? Buzz. However, to everyone's surprise, when Yun Nuoxing gently placed his palm on the moon platform, the latter suddenly retracted its light. Then, under everyone's horrified gaze, it turned into a stream of light and sank into Yun Nuoxing's arm. On his back, the golden pattern that looked like wings suddenly extended into several silver patterns. The two colors blended, and the pattern grew a lot, covering half of his back. I have a spiritual divine body. As long as it's a weapon or a spiritual object, it's not a problem at all. Yun Nuoxing clapped his hands, puffed out his chest, and said with a grin. Everyone reacted, and then smiled bitterly. What kind of pervert was this? He could subdue any spiritual object? Yun Nuoxing spread his hands and looked up at the many weapons hanging high in the sky. He grinned and waved his hand to summon all of them down. Then he looked at the crowd and counted silently. Then he walked back slowly with a pile of weapons and said with a smile, "Come, come, come. I'm giving you weapons. Take whatever you like. It's free. There are demigods and gods. There are mirrors, halberds, swords, and spears. Come and take a look." Uffed. Hearing this laughter, everyone laughed and did not stand on ceremony. They reached out and took 1 to 3 weapons. They even left 10 weapons for Jin Jinwang, and the rest. These were all top-notch divine weapons. It would be a waste not to take them. Qing Feng was probably a little depressed that he did not get the moon platform and took 5 divine weapons in one go. After they were divided equally, Yun Nuoxing saw that there were still more than 20 divine weapons and kept them into his body without hesitation. Suddenly, the pattern on his body grew rapidly. That's not right. It's growing slower. However, Yun Nuoshing, who had been paying attention, frowned. Looking at the speed at which the patterns were spreading, it was obvious that every time there was an additional weapon, the speed at which the patterns were spreading would slow down a lot. It even took 3 or 4 divine weapons to match the speed of the first divine weapon. The further you develop the spirit receiving divine body, the higher the requirements will be at that time. Even the divine weapon, the divine flame ranked below 100, or the devil lightning ranked below 30, may not be of any use. Feeling his reaction, Ziyi disapprovingly twitched his mouth and said, then I have to look for eternal divine weapons in the future. The corner of Yun Nuoshing's eyes twitched, and he could not help but want to jump. Chapter 329. The scroll recorded the cultivation method of the spiritual divine body. Yun Nuoshing skimmed through it briefly. It was roughly the same as what Purple Knight had said. It had to constantly absorb different types of energy. Some spiritual items with huge amounts of energy were the first choice. Moreover, the scroll also contained the cultivation method of the spirit, soul, body, elements, and vitality. It could be said that one scroll contained everything. The exclusive cultivation method of the spirit receiving divine body. Everyone was shocked and in disbelief. In history, there were only 8 spirit receiving divine bodies. Today, they saw the cultivation method here. Could it be that the ancestor of the Tana's water god temple was a spirit receiving divine body? What about the other scroll? Everyone quickly asked. What was recorded in the scroll that could be placed together with the spirit receiving divine body cultivation method? Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing carefully kept the scroll, after which she hurriedly opened the second scroll. Glancing at the title, her pretty face instantly became strange, after which she stared blankly at Ziyin. That expression of hers was extremely comical. When everyone saw her like this, they were stunned for a moment. Then they also looked at Ziyin. She herself was also at a loss. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoshing nervously, not knowing what was going on. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and said, "This is the 5 elements bodies." Everyone's expression froze for a moment. Suddenly, they felt a little dizzy in their heads. They stared at the white jade scroll in Yun Nuoshing's hand in disbelief. These 2 most mysterious physiques were put together. Now, even the cultivation method was put together. What was going on? Yun Nuoshing spread out his hands, rolled it up, and gently placed it in her hands. This scroll was specially made for the cultivation of the 5 elements body. He felt quite happy. After all, Ziyin didn't have a good cultivation method, and she hadn't found a suitable one all this time. Until now, she was still using a low-level cultivation method to make do. Now that she had a special cultivation method, her future path should be smooth sailing. Read it with your soul. It's no problem even if you don't speak the language. Habitually touching Ziyin's head, Yun Nuoshing chuckled and said, "You don't have to wear the hat. Everyone here is familiar." Ziyin nodded obediently and carefully put away the white jade scroll. Then he waved his hand and took off his hat. Originally, he wore this hat to not attract too much attention. Since the people present were all familiar with him, it was nothing. However, when they saw Ziyin's original appearance, they couldn't help but take a few more glances at him, and then they secretly praised him. Tisk, Yaohua couldn't help but praise. Ziyin heard it. Her pretty face blushed slightly. A wave of energy slowly, a wave of energy, which shocked everyone to see. On the phoenix egg, countless runes appeared. Those vortexes also disappeared at this moment. Resplendent rays of light dyed the hall a fiery red, as dazzling as a fiery red sun. A sea of fire suddenly gushed out from the space. Fire elements uncontrollably surged towards the egg, transforming into crimson-pink flames. The terrifying temperature caused ripples to appear in the space. Everyone hurriedly retreated a little to avoid being affected by the flames. Crack! As the energy surged, a crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the phoenix egg. Neon lights flashed in the sky. A pleasant phoenix cry was heard. Even the whirlpool zither resonated. Thousands of celestial sounds lingered in the air. As the melody played, the strong light on the egg became stronger and stronger. Countless beams of bright pink light shot into the sky through the crack. They directly penetrated the hall and shone outside. Oh no, I forgot to put down the seal. If this continues, people will hear the sound and come here. Yin Nuoshing slapped her head and said sadly. Everyone was speechless. More and more cracks appeared. In the end, a large piece of the eggshell suddenly fell off. As the eggshell fell off, a chain reaction occurred. The phoenix egg quickly burst open. 100-meter-tall pink light beam pierced through the roof of the hall and shot into the sky. The vast energy made everyone in the hall stop what they were doing and look towards the depths of the hall. Something has been born. What a powerful life force. It has just been born, but it already has the strength of a demonic rank. It must be a kind of ancient beast, a magical beast related to the fire element. In the hall, the people who were crazily snatching things instantly stopped what they were doing. They looked at each other and saw the emotions in each other's eyes. They all sneered and gave up on what they were doing. They quickly rushed towards the depths of the hall. The sea of fire gradually receded. The light beam lasted for a moment before it slowly faded. After a while, it finally dissipated. The scene inside was seen by everyone. The phoenix's body was shining with a brilliant radiance. It was only the size of a palm. Its crimson wings were very bright, like a bright flame. It was filled with spiritual energy. Its eyes were like flawless rubies. It was very beautiful. Chirp, chirp. The phoenix chirped softly. The moment it saw Yin Nuoshing, it was like a child seeing an adult. It flapped its wings that had just spread out and flew towards him. Seeing that it looked like it would fall at any moment, everyone was anxious for it. They were afraid that it would fall in the next moment. Yin Nuoshing quickly stepped forward and stretched out a hand to hold it in his palm. Looking at this newborn little guy, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. From today onwards, I also have a pet. Yin Nuoshing muttered in his heart. He was so happy that he wanted to cry. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Although it couldn't fly, it was still a genuine divine beast. It would definitely be able to soar in the future. Chirp, chirp. The phoenix used its small head to rub against Yin Nuoshing's palm. Its furry wings were very slippery, and its cute appearance made Yin Nuoshing's eyes shine. Even the few girls behind him couldn't help but walk up and surround it. It seemed that they couldn't stand this little guy anymore. After all, its appearance was quite lethal to men and women, old and young. At least these few girls had fallen for it. Is this a phoenix? It's so cute. Yuan Qian's claws moved, and her eyes emitted a green light. Her jade-like hands gently touched the phoenix. She was very excited. I touched the phoenix. It's a divine beast. Little phoenix. The girls circled around it and stretched out their hands to touch and poke it. Everyone was speechless. Yin Nuoshing could only smile bitterly and didn't say anything. Chirp! Suddenly, little phoenix seemed to have received a shock as its little eyes looked at them in fear and went straight into Yin Nuoshing's clothes. Its little head carefully poked out and took a glance at the few of them before it hurriedly shrank back. Little star, hurry up. Don't waste time. Phoenix. Eggshell. What's that? Anyway, let's go look at the eggshell. Suddenly, Ziyi shouted excitedly. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. She realized that Ziyi didn't say anything for a long time. However, she knew that the thing that made her anxious was definitely not simple. She immediately pushed the girls away and ran towards the eggshell. Everyone was very curious when they saw her suddenly running away. They quickly looked over. The two halves of the eggshell were crystal clear, and there was an extremely shocking energy circulating within. A few small fragments were spread on the ground. The surrounding floor had traces of being burnt. This space was actually very distorted. Yun Nuoxing ran to the eggshell and looked at it doubtfully. She only felt that the eggshell was very hot. She covered her hand with purple night flame and grabbed the eggshell. This is just as she grabbed the eggshell and looked inside. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. Inside the eggshell, a ball of crimson pink flame was dancing lightly. Every time it flickered, a small piece of the surrounding space would shatter. However, it looked more and more illusory, as if it was about to be annihilated. True Phoenix Fire. At this moment, Ziyi finally remembered something and shouted excitedly, rank 15 on the Divine Flames list, True Phoenix Fire. A small flame that only appears when a phoenix is born. Moreover, it will only exist for 10 minutes. If it isn't collected within 10 minutes, it will dissipate immediately. But such a small strand is completely useless. Yun Nuoxing heard this and instantly became excited. However, when she finished listening, she scratched her head and became anxious. It had been about 7 to 8 minutes since it hatched. She still needed to prepare properly to subdue the divine flame. There wasn't enough time at all. It's useless now, but let's not talk so much. Stuff it into the little phoenix's body. Ziyi was just about to explain when he suddenly stopped and hurriedly shouted. But the phoenix is still so small. This is a divine flame. Yun Nuoxing hesitated. She was so anxious that she was sweating profusely. She didn't know what to do. Hurry up, inject the true phoenix fire into the little phoenix's body. At this moment, everyone who came over saw the flame and turned pale with fright. The divine kings, Qingfeng, and Ziyi shouted together, making Yun Nuoxing's mind go blank. Ziyi wrapped her palm with the purple night flame and quickly pinched the small flame. Then she grabbed the little fellow that was grabbing onto her lapel. She gritted her teeth and hurriedly slapped the crimson flame into the little phoenix's body. Just as the crimson pink flame entered the little phoenix's body, the faintly discernible flame that was about to be extinguished suddenly burned vigorously again. Traces of it leaked out from the little phoenix's body. However, after a while, it completely retracted into the little phoenix's body and didn't leak out anymore. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off their foreheads. Chirp! The little phoenix blinked its eyes and stared at Yun Nuoxing, as if it didn't know what had happened in that instant. The latter also stared at it with her eyes wide open. Similarly, she didn't know what had happened. Idiot, the true phoenix fire and the phoenix itself are one. Right now, the true phoenix fire is still too weak. It's useless for you to absorb it. Just let it be nourished in the little phoenix's body. After the little phoenix goes through nirvana a few times, I reckon that when it comes off, it will really become the 15th ranked true phoenix fire. Ziyi sighed. Put away the eggshells too. The phoenix's nirvana egg is also a good material for refining weapons. Qingfeng glanced at the phoenix, then pointed at the broken eggshells on the ground, and said, hearing this, Yun Nuoxing also put away the eggshells. However, he gave half of them to Qingfeng, which made him stunned for a moment. Then he became extremely excited. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. After everything was done, Yin Nuoshing hurriedly said. Although the array could delay for a while, it had been so long since the commotion just now. No matter how long it could delay, someone should have come in. If someone saw that the main hall was empty, he didn't know what they would think. Sigh, it's always a pity that we didn't see the eternal weapon. Qing Feng shook his head and sighed. Don't worry. Isn't there still the main hall? Yun Nuoshing touched his nose and smiled. This was still the space created by the conferred God stage. It was still not too late to go to the main hall now. Everyone nodded. Just as they were about to walk towards the door, they saw the door of the main hall suddenly open. Two people holding a golden lotus and a purple gold rod, along with a large group of people, appeared at the door. F***CK. At this moment, Yun Nuoshing's face was a little ugly. Chapter 330. The Qin family and the Xian family, who were holding the royal lotus and the sky-shaking rod, finally arrived. When they opened the door and saw a group of people walking towards the door, they were stunned. Dozens of pairs of eyes looked around. The atmosphere was a little strange. Xian family and Qin family, 9 deities temple, Yu family, and Yuan family. Two voices rang out from their respective groups. They were a little faint, and it was hard to tell what was going on. Yun Nuoshing, who was standing at the front, was pulled to the back by the beautiful woman. The little phoenix on her body poked her head out curiously and looked around. Little phoenix, go back. Don't come out. Yun Nuoshing hurriedly pressed the little phoenix back, pulled up his windbreaker, and used the golden energy of the receptive spirit divine body to cover it up, in case anyone saw through it. To be honest, he was very nervous right now because he remembered that a few years ago, when the 9 Divine Palace was looking for him, the Xian family and the Qin family both contributed, but he didn't know why they were looking for him. He didn't know them. A few god kings and Yuan Shao slowly walked forward. A few youngsters from the 2 families also walked forward, causing everyone to clench their fists tightly. They could not help but swallow their saliva. Their eyes were fixed on the people from the 2 sides as they continued to walk forward. The energy within their bodies began to circulate. The 2 men with eternal weapons were also ready to fight. Their golden lotuses and long rods began to revolve gently. Then they stared at the few people who were less than 1 meter away from them and stretched out their palms. At this moment, their hearts tightened, and they even held their breaths. No one dared to make a sound. Ha ha, old Shui, I didn't expect you to come in. You should have told us earlier. You made us rush in. We didn't steal anything along the way. Hey, didn't you see us outside the altar? You should have thought of this long ago. TSK, TSK. So many people gathered together. Old Yuan, I didn't expect you to join in the fun. Let's go. Let's drink until we're drunk. Seeing that the solemn atmosphere was disrupted by a few words, the 2 groups of people staggered and almost fell to the ground. Their 2 eternal weapons were extinguished with a bang. They could not help but open their mouths wide. Huh? What's going on? Just a moment ago, they were still so serious, but in the next moment, they were all patting each other's shoulders as if they had seen an old friend. They were talking and laughing, making the group of juniors unable to understand what was going on. They could only stare at each other without saying anything. TSK, TSK. Iron Goddess, you're not married yet? Moo, you're really too much. How old are you? Why haven't you found a family yet? Tisk, I haven't found a good family to marry yet. You, on the other hand, have become a leftover man. Iron God King and the beautiful woman both curled their lips and slapped the golden-robed man unhappily. Ha ha, a familiar strength, a familiar feeling. Since we're all left, it just so happens that we can gather together. The golden-robed man laughed and patted his chest. F***CK off. The 2 girls were furious. Each of them raised a slender leg, and directly kicked him away. The 9 little fellows have all come out. 5th level immortal step. Not bad, not bad. Bin Bin, Yen Yen, come and meet them. Your little goddess isn't bad either. She's already at the 8th level. The kid from the Xian family is also not bad. Water God King smilingly looked at the 2 juniors who were holding onto the eternal weapon and laughed. Holding onto the divine weapon, have you decided to let them take over the position? Ha ha. Even though the 8 families were not like an iron bucket, but there were still some personal relationships between the families. Now that everyone was reunited after such a long time, there were some emotions. You 9 little brats, quickly come over and get to know each other. Water God King saw that Yao Hua and the rest were still standing there in a daze. He raised his eyebrows and threw them over with a wave of his hand. Qian, all of you come over. The 10 over youngsters smiled bitterly and stared at each other. In front of the elders, they could only symbolically greet them. After chatting and laughing for a long time, the few of them finally saw Yun Nuoxing and Ming Yanyan hiding behind Qing Feng. That person from the Xian family laughed out loud and said, Old Shui, that is little divine body, Na Ling. He is indeed a talented person, valiant and ethereal like an immortal. Truly a young hero. Hearing that they were finally talking about him, Yun Nuoxing sweated profusely while Xian giggled and stuck her tongue out at him. That coquettish look made Yun Nuoxing roll his eyes. Ming shrunk into her arms and smiled coquettishly. Seeing Yun Nuoxing's awkward look, he felt that it was very interesting. Little Star is afraid of strangers and would be embarrassed to see so many people. The beautiful female saw that he did not come out and covered her mouth to laugh as she softly said, Are you not going out to meet them? They are all friends of the elders. Xian poked his stomach and laughed coquettishly. Not going. Yun Nuoxing slanted his eyes and shook his head unwillingly. Little Star is shy. Seeing this, the smile on Xian's face increased as she pinched his cheeks and said, Let me go with you. Don't. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks jumped twice as he stiffly shook his head. Come on. Not going. Hearing the sickeningly sweet voice from behind, Qing Feng's old face shook as he smiled bitterly. You 2 fellows stop being so affectionate behind my back. Young, really energetic. Finishing, he unexpectedly grabbed Yun Nuoxing and Xian, and when they were not paying attention, he threw them towards Water God King. Before Yun Nuoxing and Ming Yanyan could react, they saw themselves and Xian flying out. By the time they reacted, both their feet touched the ground and opened their eyes, only to see Water God King and the others smiling at them. Black lines instantly appeared on their faces. Old bastard. Seeing Qing Feng smiling and waving his hands, Yun Nuoxing resisted the urge to give him the middle finger. His face was black for a while before he recovered. Seeing the few of them looking at him curiously, he laughed dryly and said, Greetings, seniors. Seeing his bashful look, the few of them laughed, making him very embarrassed. Seems like a girl. At this time, Qin Yen suddenly whispered a sentence. She thought that it was soft enough that no one would hear, but in the end, Yun Nuoxing heard every single word. Her face instantly stiffened, and the atmosphere froze. Everyone's face also petrified at this moment. Let's go to the main hall. Yun Nuoxing suddenly put on a straight face and squinted his eyes as he spoke softly. However, it was this soft voice that made everyone laugh dryly. Finishing, Yun Nuoxing walked towards the main hall's entrance without looking back. His long hair and coat fluttered, leaving behind an arrogant figure. Little Star is sulking. Seeing him like this, Xian bowed to the few elders and helplessly shrugged her shoulders. She carried Ming and quickly followed. Little boy, Wait. Yuan Qian saw the situation and directly left Yuan Shi and the rest behind before running to catch up with Yun Nuoxing. Everyone laughed dryly, and Qin Yin felt even more embarrassed. She hurriedly followed after him. In the inner hall, it was a complete mess. The hard walls could not withstand the torment of the crowd, and there were numerous big and small holes. God knows how many pillars of the main hall had collapsed, causing the inner hall to be riddled with holes. God knows how many people had visited this miserable scene. The people who were frantically snatching all frowned when they saw Yun Nuoxing and the rest coming out from the depths of the inner hall. However, when they saw that there were so many of them, they were somewhat uncertain and did not dare to make a move. They were also not sure if there were any divine treasures on them and could only watch them leave. After coming out from the inner hall, Yun Nuoxing and the rest directly flew towards the entrance of this world and descended the white jade staircase. When they saw that Jin Wang and the rest were still confronting each other, everyone was sweating profusely. You're back so soon?" Seeing a large group of people descending from the sky, Jin Wang and the rest were a little startled. Chi Su and the rest narrowed their eyes and stared at Yun Nuoxing's back fiercely. A surge of murderous intent swelled to the peak, but it was hidden in an instant. Nothing could be seen from their calm eyes. Jin Wang glanced at him coldly. Although others might not be able to feel the murderous intent, he could feel it very clearly. If it were not for the fact that the other party also had an eternal weapon, he would really want to leave them here to avoid leaving behind a disaster. We're out. It's a completely different world inside. It's very rich in energy. Cultivating there will be twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, there are eternal weapons left behind. However, we can't subdue them. Divine King, let's go together. As soon as he landed, Yun Nuoxing sighed and spoke very softly, almost inaudibly. His disappointed expression made the people behind him roll their eyes. What did he mean by "can't subdue it"? Didn't he subdue the lunar platform? However, it was not worthwhile for them to expose him at this time. They all knew that he was lying to Chi Su and the rest. As for whether it was effective or not, they did not know. After all, it was so obvious. There's an eternal weapon. Although the voice was very low, Chi Su and the others still heard it. Their bodies shook, and the three of them looked at each other. At that moment, they didn't even care about Yun Nuo planet. They hurriedly rushed into the white jade staircase, as if they were really going to subdue it. This made everyone speechless. Sai low IQ, hearing the sound of three people rushing through the air behind him, Yun Nuoxing could not help but shake his head. Everyone was trying hard not to laugh. Their expressions were very funny. How could they believe such an obvious lie? At this time, Ming jumped back into Yun Nuoxing's arms. She scratched his pretty face with her little hand and muttered softly, "Big brother, you're so naughty." "Ming, this is called outsmarting. Big brother is trying to send those bad guys away. You understand?" Yun Nuoxing heard her and pinched her little nose. He smiled dotingly, leaving everyone speechless. "Humph, Big brother is lying." This time, Ming did not nod obediently like before. She directly turned the back of her head to him, leaving him speechless. He thought to himself, is the rebellious period coming? Screech. At this time, the little phoenix nestled on Ming's head opened its mouth and called out. It seemed to agree very much. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly and pinched Ming's face hard. Then he took the lead and walked down the apotheosis platform. It's a pity that we didn't see the inheritance of the deity position. Following the original path back, Yun Nuoxing looked at the altar in the distance and sighed. To be honest, when it came to the apotheosis platform, the first thing that came to his mind was the inheritance of the deity position. He even had a lot of hope. Unexpectedly, there was no such thing as a deity position. The group successfully left the apotheosis platform. Looking at the crisscrossing passageways, Yun Nuoshing quickly took out the map. He used his finger to make turns on the map. Finally, for some reason, he pointed to the main hall in the center. He also avoided many places with drawings of skeletons. Let's go like this. Turn left, go straight. Turn right, turn left, go straight. Turn left, turn right, F***CK. Everyone pointed their middle fingers at him. Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly and quickly led the way. At this time, Lan Xian came out of the sky piercer. Seeing Yun Nuoshing's embarrassed look, she giggled and led the way. After all, she had been to the Tana's water holy temple before and knew some of the way. The complexity of the temple was far beyond everyone's imagination. Following behind Lan Xian, they passed through countless winding corridors. It felt like they were going through a maze, and they even felt a little dizzy. However, this feeling lasted for half an hour. Finally, the view in front of them widened. They rushed forward a little more and saw another huge, ancient hall inside the temple. The hall was dark blue. Countless years of time had not left a single mark on the hall. Instead, it looked like it was newly built. However, it gave off a sense of vicissitudes. The hall was very big. Standing in it, they looked like ants looking up at a big tree. In the middle of the hall, there was another dark blue altar. It emitted a faint light. Other than that, there was nothing else in the hall. There was only a group of people who came to look for treasures. Chapter 331. In the vast hall, figures stood in disorder. Apart from a few lone travelers, most of the others were well-known forces. They had been here for a long time. It seemed that their goal was quite clear. As soon as they entered the Tana's water god temple, they went straight here. Qinghai Palace, Water Fairy Palace, Qi family's small team, and even Hua family? 5 of the 8 families are here. Yuan-Shi scanned the scene and pointed out the forces one by one. When he saw a group of people in yellow on the far right, he was stunned. Hua family. Yun Nuoshing also looked over. He also knew about this family, but it was limited to knowing, and he didn't know much about it. If Yu family had not appeared in the world for 1,000,000 years, then Hua family. And the other 3 families were completely hidden families. Moreover, there were many forces in the realm of the gods that were related to intelligence. Even so, they didn't dig up much information about the 4 families. They didn't even know what elements the 4 families mainly cultivated, or which divine god they had. When Yun Nuoshing's group entered the large hall, they naturally attracted the attention of quite a number of people. Immediately, numerous wary and hostile gazes were shot over. When they saw that there were so many people present, their expressions changed in an extremely interesting manner. With regards to these gazes, Yun Nuoshing did not pay much attention to them. His gaze swept around the hall and suddenly felt an icy cold gaze directed at him. Immediately, he raised his eyebrows and turned his gaze over, stopping at the place where the icy cold gaze was directed at. The owner of the cold gaze was a man in a gray robe. His hands were behind his back, and his black hair was draped over his shoulders. His skin was bronze, his face was sharp, and his eyebrows were long. He looked very heroic. That's the young master of Qi family, Qi Haoyu. Be careful of him. Although the divine sons and divine daughters of several ancient families have never appeared in the world, their cultivation is not weak. I guess he already has the strength of a half-demon, and he definitely has a divine weapon on him. As for why, little boy, Yuan Qian whispered in his ear, almost inaudible. Qi Haoyu. Yun Nuoshing heard this and murmured coldly. Qi Haoyu had once said that he would kill him. For this reason, Qing Xian, the divine son of Qinghai Palace, was also looking for him and inadvertently exchanged pointers with him, although the latter did not know his identity at that time. At this time, a man in green stood quietly beside Qi Haoyu. His light green eyes followed the latter to Yun Nuoxing and then to the former. He asked, "Brother Qi, is that the divine physique of receiving souls?" "It's him. If he makes a move later, don't show any mercy." Qi Haoyu nodded and smiled coldly. Qing Xian heard this and looked at Yun Nuoxing in surprise. Then she looked at Yuan Shi and Xian beside him. Finally, she fixed her eyes on Yun Nuoxing. After a while, she suddenly understood. She chuckled and said, "I've fought with him before. He's very strong." "What?" Hearing this, Qi Haoyu and the others looked at her and asked in surprise, "You fought with him before?" Qing Xian nodded and recounted what happened in the Jiao Dragon Palace. Of course, he did not forget about the peaceful exchange of pointers. His voice was flat and indifferent, as if he was talking about something unrelated to him. "It's only the third layer of the immortal step. Killing him won't be difficult." Qi Haoyu licked his lips and sneered. As the young master of the Qi family, it could be said that he had inherited most of the family's secret techniques. His cultivation was at the half-demon level. Few people at the same level could match him. Moreover, he had a divine, level magic tool given to him by the family's experts. Killing a third-layer immortal step expert was just a matter of moving his hands. Unfortunately, Yun Nuoxing had too many things on him. Moreover, his physique had been transformed by Xianyin, and he was protected by many divine items. He could not be considered a third-layer immortal step expert at all. Even if it was a surprise attack, it would be difficult. Yun Nuoxing naturally did not know what he was thinking. If he did, he might have directly stabbed him with his sword to avoid causing trouble for himself later. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qing Xian led the group into the main hall. He stopped a little further away from the center of the hall and looked at the dark blue altar. After entering the main hall, Yun Nuoxing discovered that the altar towering on the stone platform was surrounded by a faint circle of energy. It was obviously protected by a barrier. At the center of the altar was a similarly dark blue ball of light that emitted astonishing energy fluctuations. However, it was blocked by the energy barrier. The origin of water. Seeing the head-sized dark blue ball of light, Yun Nuoxing and Xian immediately became excited. They smiled at each other, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. "Xing Xing, the origin of water is calling for me." Mei Mao looked at the dark blue ball of light on the altar. Xian said softly, "Originally, this feeling should have been very clear. Moreover, if the origin of water sensed Xian, it should have directly flown over. However, when it arrived here, the barrier had not opened. Now it was trapped inside. Many of the people present were probably here for the water origin. After all, the essence of the water origin was a ball of spiritual water elements. If they could subdue and refine it, they would definitely have the purest form of water elements in their bodies. Moreover, there would not be a trace of backlash. However, since the origin of water had its own spiritual nature, it would definitely choose to avoid calamity. Previously, when the origin of Earth saw Yun Nuoxing, it also hesitated and did not go forward. It should be a little difficult to capture it. Moreover, now that the main character was here, the chances of others catching it were greatly reduced. This barrier is getting weaker and weaker. Soon, it will completely disappear. We came at the right time. The Water God King looked at the array and nodded. Other than specializing in the water element, the Water God Temple was also involved in the study of arrays. In fact, it should be said that they were very knowledgeable. Moreover, They were one of the few major powers in the realm of the gods that specialized in arrays. The disciples of the water god temple were all good at making arrays. Little girl, I will catch you later and use your origin energy to capture the origin of water. Yun Nuoshing nodded and looked at everyone present. She smiled faintly. Little boy, do you need help? Yuan Xin heard and giggled. She rubbed her fists and asked, as if she was ready to fight. Emma, there's no need for that. Senior God King, protect them well later. I'll bring Ziyin up for a walk. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. The last part of his sentence was naturally for the God King of Gold. All right. However, you really don't need help? Jin Jinwang nodded. He came here because he was worried about Yun Nuoshing. Of course, it is not impossible for you to kill everyone here. Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and said something that made everyone speechless. Everyone, however, they were not too worried. Yun Nuoshing was equipped with treasures. She could even kill the emperor of the underworld. Presumably, these small fries would not cause her any harm. Moreover, she had the Xianlong Zither, a godhead weapon. Even if they were worried, it would be useless. Thinking of this, they were relieved. They only needed to protect their own people. When it came to snatching, no one here was faster than the light element. Big brother, why don't you go and help? At this moment, Lei Ming suddenly patted Yao Hua and said something that made everyone not know whether to laugh or cry. No need. Cocky farts will only get in the way. It will be more convenient for two people to move. As expected, before Yao Hua could react, Yun Nuoshing said something indifferently. Everyone chuckled. It seemed that the relationship between these two fellows was really not good. Little brother Xingxing, I was wrong, okay? Yao Hua wanted to cry. Yun Nuoshing was all smiles to everyone. She was as warm as the spring breeze in March. Only in front of him, she became cold. Yao Hua felt as if he was facing an ice field. How can you call me Xingxing? Moreover, who is your little brother? Why don't we spar? Yun Nuoshing narrowed her eyes and said with a faint smile, I was wrong. Yao Hua shuddered and hurriedly took 2 steps back. What kind of joke was this? Once Ling Hong's sword was out, even the Divine King, and the rest would have to retreat 3 feet. Wasn't he purely courting death? He would sh*T in less than 3 seconds. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Not to mention the divine weapon, Yao Hua's light element had not reached the purest level yet. Just in terms of elements, he was a little inferior to Yun Nuoshing. Although both of them did not focus on flexibility and were fast enough to crash into walls, Yun Nuoshing was faster and consumed less energy at the same speed. It was naturally much easier to fight against Yun Nuoshing. That altar is very mysterious. It is a teleportation array. Yun Nuoshing quietly opened her evil spirit eye and looked at the blue altar. She narrowed her eyes. She could see hundreds or even thousands of very complicated arrays operating in the altar. Moreover, there were arrays with coordinates. It seemed to lead somewhere. She didn't know if it was the same as the blue array at the altar of gods. Legend has it that the Tana's water god temple is guarding something. However, I have not seen anything special since I came in. It can't be inside, right? Hearing her say this, Qing Feng suddenly frowned and muttered while stroking his beard. What is it guarding? Yun Nuoshing heard and asked curiously. He was not the only one who was puzzled. Even the Divine King and the others were not sure. They quickly pricked up their ears. Sigh, this old man accidentally saw it in a tattered ancient book. It must be something left behind from the mythological era. The writing was very vague, and there were many places that could not be seen clearly. I also could not understand the words. The divine, well, that was left behind, is about to be obliterated. Ching Feng sighed and thought for a while before slowly saying, "Legend has it that there is a treasure in the Tana's water god temple. It is used to guard something, and this treasure cannot be destroyed. Otherwise, there will be danger. It is said that it can affect the entire realm of the gods." Affect the entire realm of the gods. Everyone swallowed their saliva. What kind of thing was this? It could actually affect the whole thing. This supreme treasure had a great origin. It might be something left behind by a deity or a deity of a higher level. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such a great effect. Everyone shook their heads. If this treasure was real and could affect the entire realm of the gods, then it definitely could not be taken away casually. Naturally, they could not place their thoughts on it. While waiting for the seal to disappear, there were constantly experts and forces that rushed over. As the number of experts increased, the atmosphere in the main hall became more subtle and tense. Everyone knew that this place might turn into a cruel battlefield in a moment. Under this heavy atmosphere, some of the forces that were slightly related or people that were on good terms with them began to secretly gather. In such a chaotic place, if one acted alone, he might not even know how he died, let alone snatching the water origin. However, every batch of people that came in would tremble and retreat far away when they saw how big Yun Nuoxing's group was. Therefore, there was not a single person within 100 meters of them. This made them feel a little helpless. Why aren't Chi Su and the other two old fogies here yet? Yun Nuoxing looked at the three netherworld kings from the Qi family who had yet to appear, and could not help but knit his brows. Could it be that they had discovered something at the conferred God stage? However, just as he muttered in his heart, a furious voice suddenly rang out from behind him, after which it turned into an ear-piercing sound wave that resounded in the main hall. "Damned bastard! Hand over your life to this old man." Hearing this somewhat familiar, angry voice, Yun Nuoxing's eyes were quickly covered in ice. The killing intent in his heart rose to the peak for the first time. "Chi Su, that old fogey, you're finally here." Chapter 332. The sharp sound waves spread in the huge hall, causing many experts' expressions to change slightly. They could feel the powerful strength of the owner of the voice. While everyone was bewildered, the sound of wind breaking suddenly resounded outside the hall. After that, a three-colored energy whistled in from outside the hall before converging at the center of the hall. When the energy dissipated, three figures were revealed. They were dressed in gray robes, and their identities were obvious. Yun Nuoxing looked at the sky as the cold smile on his handsome face slowly faded away. The person at the front was wearing a tattered gray robe, and his hair was disheveled. There were a few obvious wounds on his body that were dripping with blood. A cold and vicious expression hung on his miserable face. That appearance was clearly Chi Su. However, from the looks of it, he seemed to have suffered quite serious injuries. "Bastard, I will kill you today." Seeing that Yun Nuoxing was indifferent and didn't even look at him, his face instantly turned pale, and his eyes turned blood red. He had just entered the world of the white jade staircase and saw a palace, but before he could enter, he was sliced 80% by an inexplicable restriction. After entering, he was tormented by the pile of stacked formations at the entrance. Moreover, he circled around the palace, but he didn't see anything. He immediately understood that he had been fooled. How did this brat offend the Qi family? Looking at Chi Su's angry look, he is most likely dead. Could it be that this guy is the spiritual divine body? The brat with the divine physique, who is in a deadlock with the Qi family? No wonder. I heard that Chi Su was crippled the last time. This brat is not simple. In the great hall, as soon as Chi Su's voice fell, many discussions broke out. Numerous gazes looked at Yun Nuwa planet, and an inexplicable feeling rose in their eyes. Moreover, many of them had greedy gazes as they stared at him as if they were staring at a piece of treasure. Ha ha! Yun Nuwashing laughed faintly and ignored him. His eyes swept past the two people beside him and fixed on the altar. Chi Su's anger grew even stronger when he saw Yun Nuwashing's cold and arrogant look. Chi Su shouted angrily. He did not care about the gazes of everyone in the hall. His body shook and turned into a black shadow, dashing toward Yun Nuwashing. A vast energy pressure rushed toward him, and 3 elements rose from his body. Chi is not here, and you are still acting fierce. Seeing Chi Su dashing toward him, Yun Nuwashing sneered. The netherworld ruin sword appeared in his hand, and the purple night flame gushed out and wrapped around the sword. He raised it above his head and looked like he was about to slash it. As soon as the dark ruin sword and the purple night flame appeared, the temperature in the hall suddenly rose. Waves of destructive waves spread out from the dark ruin sword, and Chi Su's figure was nailed in the air with a bang. Under the influence of the waves, he regained some of his sanity. Back then, even someone as strong as Chi Yu had one of his arms broken by this sword, and it took him half a year to recover. If he went up, he might just be sending himself to death. He was not arrogant enough to think that he was stronger than the latter. This brat has too many experts around him. The eternal weapon is probably not a deterrent to them, just Jin Wang, and the others alone would require my full strength to deal with them. Chi Su's eyes flickered. After a while, he could only swallow his anger. He glared at Yun Nuwashing viciously and said coldly, I will deal with you after the matter with the Divine Hall is over. Oh, Yun Nuwashing raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. He twirled the netherworld ruin sword in his hand and said, Why don't I deal with you first, so that you won't cause me any trouble later? As soon as he finished laughing, the faces of the people in the hall changed. They quickly retreated to the edge of the hall and looked at each other, afraid that the battle between the two would implicate them. Wait, don't be so agitated, lest you destroy the altar. At this time, Jin Wang quickly stopped Yun Nuwashing. He was the closest to Yun Nuwashing, and he knew how terrifying this sword was. Even if the Qi family's eternal weapon came, it might not be able to suppress it. If they really fought, the Divine Hall would be destroyed, and most of the people would be buried here. All right. Seeing that Jin Wang had stopped him, Yun Nuwashing could only sigh. He also knew that this was not the right time to start a war. It wouldn't be too late to teach this old dog a lesson after they took back the water origin. The netherworld ruin sword could even kill Chi Yu, so killing a netherworld king would be a piece of cake. As for the eternal weapon, the Qi family had it, but so did the divine king. Chi Su's old face twitched vigorously. He was a noble netherworld king expert, yet he was being called an old dog by Yun Nuwashing. Even a saint wouldn't be able to take it. Helpless, he could only restrain his killing intent now, in case Yun Nuwashing suddenly launched an attack in the next moment. If that happened, he would be directly struck by a sword, and it would really be tragic. Chi Su flung his sleeves angrily, glared at Yun Nuwashing, and returned to the group of people from the Qi family. This made the people in the Divine Hall look at Yun Nuwashing in a different light. They didn't expect him to be able to force a famous expert to retreat. This guy seems to have a lot of resentment in his heart. He might affect us at a critical moment. The experts of the Netherworld King aren't that easy to deal with. The beautiful woman muttered, It's okay. If we can kill him the first time, we can kill him the second time. Besides, don't you think it's a little strange? In such a big divine hall, there is only the water origin and an altar. I think the main show will be inside the altar, not here. Yun Nuwashing shrugged nonchalantly and continued, Furthermore, although the origin of water can allow one to add pure water elemental essence without any hindrance, none of the people present here are weak. Some of the gods have already condensed 2 or 3 types of elemental essence. Perhaps they don't care about this anymore. Perhaps the pressure later will be abnormally low. Are you saying that the god-level experts won't make a move? Jin Wang was stunned and said, "It's just a guess. If it were you, Divine King, would you make a move to snatch the water origin?" Yun Nuoxing smiled and said. Everyone was stunned and thought for a moment. Then they shook their heads. Although the water origin was precious and could allow one to add another element, it didn't seem to have much of an effect if one didn't really need it. After all, in terms of attack power, it definitely wasn't as high as the lightning, fire, and light elements. It also didn't have much of an effect on speed. If there was any change, it would only have an additional healing ability. In a battle, it wouldn't be very useful because one could also use energy to heal their injuries. The water origin could only increase their speed. With such a choice, most people would still choose a very important element as their second element. For example, the light element, which was extremely fast, or the lightning or fire element, which was strong in attack. Yeah, that's it. Seeing them shake their heads, Yun Nuoxing smiled, faintly. There aren't any treasures in the hall. So, everyone should save some energy later. Who knows, there might be a lot of treasures after being teleported from the altar to a treasure ground. Numerous hurried figures continuously flew in from outside of the large hall. Gradually, as the number of people increased, the atmosphere within the large hall had already fallen to the freezing point. It was unusually oppressive, causing quite a number of people to have cold sweat on their foreheads. The various kinds of energy within their bodies had already accumulated and were ready to be unleashed. However, it was just as Yun Nuoxing had guessed. Those high-level experts did not make the slightest move. Their faces were as calm as water, and nothing could be seen. The energy within their bodies also did not whiz and circulate. Yun Nuoxing, who was bored and had nothing to do, opened his evil spirit eye and looked at the gorgeous, colorful picture. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at the blue altar. He was slightly stunned, blinked his eyes, and let out a soft cry of surprise. "What's wrong?" Everyone looked at him curiously and asked, "That altar seems a little familiar." Yun Nuoxing scratched his head and stared hard at the blue altar. He racked his brains but couldn't think of anything. However, he felt that he had seen it somewhere before. "It looks a little like the star map that Xianing gave you. Take it out and take a look," Z suddenly said. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. After looking at it for a while, he realized that it really did look a little similar, except for the 8 curved spikes. Hence, he hurriedly took out the incomplete star map. The star map altar was the size of a wash basin. It was entirely blue, and the flawless color made it look like it was made of sapphire. It was originally dim, but now it was emitting a weak light. The blue light shone on Yun Nuoxing's excited face. As soon as the light appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. When they saw that he was holding a small altar, they were stunned. However, Yun Nuoxing was surrounded by everyone, so outsiders couldn't see anything. They could only see the flickering blue light. "Sister gave me this. I think it's called a star map. However, it's very incomplete. I only remembered it now that I saw it." Yun Nuoxing stuck out her tongue and smiled. "Is that altar a fragment of this small altar?" Everyone asked. "It should be. You guys stay here and guard it. I'll go to the apotheosis altar and get the altar. That altar is probably a fragment of this one too." Yun Nuoxing nodded and said, "All right, but the barrier here is about to open. You have to hurry up." Otherwise, the battle will be over by the time you come back. Jin Jinwang nodded. He was quite assured that he would go back by himself. After all, there weren't many people who could do anything to him. However, everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they saw that Xian and Yuan Qian wanted to go back no matter what. They were like two little tails, making Yun Nuoxing a little speechless. They were now sticking close to her 24/7. Without any nonsense, Yun Nuoxing directly urged the light element to go on a rampage in the shrine with Xian, Yuan Qian, and Ming. In less than 3 minutes, they arrived at the apotheosis altar. Before they could fall from the sky, the light element wrapped around the four of them and crashed into the towering altar like a golden comet. At the top of the altar, the white jade staircase was still there. However, there was no one there. At this moment, most people had gone to the main hall. Looking around like a thief, Yun Nuoxing scanned the surroundings with his soul-probing wave. After confirming that there was no one around, he took out the star map. As expected, the star map was glowing faintly, and the blue altar that was covered in dust was also glowing faintly, as if it was resonating with something. Buzz! Suddenly, the white jade staircase disappeared, and the altar quickly shrank. In a few breaths, it became a dark blue fragment, less than the size of a fingernail. Then, in the blink of an eye, it flew in front of Yun Nuoxing and gently sank into the star map. The latter's dim surface was also much brighter, and one could see that countless broken arrays were slowly being repaired inside. Bang! When the altar shrunk, the sky suddenly became much darker. Large areas of space collapsed, and cracks appeared in the void. And from those cracks, people fell out. These people were people who didn't have time to come out of the heaven staircase world. Now that the altar had disappeared, they were forcibly expelled. Aya, run! Seeing hundreds of people fall from the sky, Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. She hugged a person in each hand and hurriedly urged the light element to fly toward the exit as she heard a lot of cursing. F***CK, why did this world suddenly collapse? F***CK, we fell. No, F***CK, I haven't finished picking the herbs yet. When Yun Nuoxing and the others had just returned to the main hall, they happened to see the barrier rapidly becoming illusory. Then, a crisp sound echoed in the main hall. Bang! As the voice echoed out, a strong, murderous aura spread out in an instant. Chapter 333. At this moment, it was as if a super-heavy bomb had been thrown into the originally quiet main hall. The entire main hall was in an uproar. That's the water origin. Once we subdue it, we can possess the water element. Kill. I want to advance to the dual elemental domain. The barrier disappeared. The ball of blue light seemed to have sensed the tense atmosphere around it. Its spiritual radiance flickered, and it actually charged straight towards the ceiling of the main hall. Looking at its posture, it was actually trying to escape. The origin has appeared. The water origin from the Dark Age. The ancient and powerful element. Light surged violently, and screams rang out in the main hall. Then hundreds of energy explosions could be heard. Waves of powerful energy exploded, and figures turned into locusts rushing towards the ball of blue light with all their might. When they attacked together, the ceiling of the main hall was almost sent flying. Faced with the obstruction of so many powerful figures, the water origin was not stupid. Before it came into contact with the energy, it immediately braked, turned around, and rushed towards the ground. Faced with the overwhelming energy impact, it actually turned automatically and dodged all the large hands that were flying towards it. Uffed. In mid-air of the main hall, the overwhelming number of figures attacked each other, and the sound of energy explosions could be heard continuously. Then, One figure after another splashed out a large amount of blood and fell from midair, landing heavily on the floor of the main hall. The low, muffled sound made many people shudder with fear. The battle had just begun, and they were already fighting with their lives on the line. However, at this moment, not a single god made a move. They all stood quietly in their positions, staring at the altar. They ignored what was happening in the main hall and acted as if nothing had happened. Ah, it's so chaotic. Yun Nuoshing's gaze was fixed on the ball of water origin that was constantly escaping. It was jumping up and down in the main hall, but it could not escape. Every time it reached the edge, it would be locked down by dozens of energy, and it had no choice but to retreat. Lass, release the origin energy of the five elements body. I'll bring you around. Yun Nuoshing looked at Xian and said in a low voice, in such a chaotic situation, even if he urged the light element to the extreme, he might not be able to grasp it. If she were to guide it herself, the origin of water might be able to react. Victory or defeat would be decided in 1 second. Even if she used too much of the light element and hit the wall, it wouldn't be a problem. Xian nodded solemnly. She closed her Mei Mao and withdrew all the immortal energy into her body. Then a rich five-colored energy slowly flowed out of her body. Following the appearance of this energy, an invisible ripple spread out like a wave of water. In a short moment, it enveloped the entire hall. The water source energy that was flying all over the place seemed to have sensed something at this moment. It paused for a moment, causing the surrounding people to be overjoyed. They hurriedly extended their hands, intending to grab it. However, the water source energy only paused for a moment before continuing to escape. This caused the person who had failed on the verge of success to be filled with anger. He was even sent flying by a nearby person with a slap. This time, the water source energy actually flew in the direction of Xian. Its nimble figure dodged one attack after another. In just a few blinks of an eye, it was 100 feet away. Let's go. At that moment, Yun Nuoshing stomped his foot and dense light essence burst forth from his body. Like a star, it enveloped both him and Ziyen, causing everyone in the surroundings to hurriedly close their eyes. The light was so dazzling that they could not open their eyes. Even the origin of water was stunned for a moment and stopped at that moment. Just as the light element surged out, Yun Nuoshing hugged Ziyen, after which the two of them transformed into a thin and long golden ray of light. In the blink of an eye, they had rushed to the front of the water essence. The latter's jade-like hand had also grabbed onto it. However, just as she was about to withdraw her hand, her pretty face suddenly changed. This was because at some unknown time, a large bronze hand had also tightly grabbed onto the other side of the water essence. I knew you would make a move. I'd been on guard. Hearing this cold laughter, Yun Nuoshing looked over and discovered that the person who had made a move was actually the young master of the Qi family, Qi Haoyu. Seeing Yun Nuoshing's gaze, Qi Haoyu sneered. His right hand clenched into a fist and directly punched towards Xian's jade-like hand. From the looks of it, he clearly wanted to break Xian's arm with one punch. You're courting death. Seeing Qi Haoyu's action, Yun Nuoshing's eyes were quickly filled with coldness. A purple-black light flashed, and a sharp giant sword met Qi Haoyu's fist. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing was accompanied by a shockwave. The energy of the explosion swept over and blasted the three of them away. Even the walls of the hall were shaken and cracked. The experts in the hall were flipped over and tumbled in the air for who knows how many rounds before slowly coming to a stop. Looking at the empty space in the air, they couldn't help but gulp. Yun Nuoshing's eyes were ice cold. Originally, he disdained to use the Netherworld Ruins sword to deal with this kind of small trash. However, Chi Haoyu actually didn't punch him. Instead, he punched Xian, which made him extremely angry. Are you all right? Yun Nuoxing looked at the person in his arms. After seeing that Xian was fine, he let out a long sigh of relief and asked habitually. Xian hurriedly shook her head, but her face was a little pale. She pointed her jade-like finger at Chi Haoyu and said, "The water origin was taken away by him." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing hurriedly turned his head and found that Chi Haoyu was holding a dark blue ball of light in his palm. He was holding 2 4-foot-long truncheons in his hands. Streaks of gray energy were surging through the truncheons to the water origin, trying to imprison it. Hee, the winner this time is me. Seeing Yun Nuoxing look over, Chi Haoyu laughed coldly. Many experts also stopped at this moment. Although they coveted the water origin, they couldn't offend the Qi family for this. Although the treasure was good, they still needed to be alive to enjoy it. What should we do? Xian's water origin has been taken away. Behind them, the onlookers were a little anxious when they saw this scene. Mu Ling and the others hurriedly asked. Suppressed. Yun Nuoxing fiercely ground his teeth and sent Xian back to Jin Jinwang and the others. When he heard this question, he directly said coldly. He was determined to get Xian's water origin and would not allow anyone to taint it. I'm determined to get the water origin. Anyone who dares to touch it will die. Yun Nuoxing roared and held the Netherworld Ruin Sword. With a flash of light, he rushed straight towards Chi Haoyu, who was still suppressing the water origin. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the ladder and slashed with the Netherworld Ruin Sword without any fancy moves. This almost teleportation speed made everyone's expression change. Who could block such extreme speed? Hey! Chi Haoyu sneered and hit the Netherworld Ruin Sword with the 2 truncheons in his hand. Clang! The Netherworld Ruin Sword landed heavily on the truncheons, bringing with it a crisp sound of metal. A shock wave directly made the people in the hall turn a few rounds, their hair disheveled, and they looked very embarrassed. Half-complete eternal weapon. Seeing that the truncheons were not shattered, Jin Jinwang and the others' expressions changed slightly. The low voice made everyone's expression sink. Although it was only a half-complete eternal weapon, it was already very terrifying. It was the most terrifying weapon under the eternal weapon. I don't care if it's half-complete or full-complete. Crush it for me. Yun Nuoxing shouted coldly. The pattern on his back flashed, and the 2-meter-long lunar platform directly appeared and slammed towards Chi Haoyu. This weapon made of lunar ice crystal had reached the level of eternal weapon. It was easy to deal with the truncheons. Haoyu, come back. Don't fight him head-on. The moment they saw the lunar platform, the faces of Chi Su and the others suddenly changed, and they hurriedly shouted. Chi Wen had already turned into a black shadow and rushed out. In the blink of an eye, he came to Chi Haoyu's side. A 10-meter-long sword appeared in his hand, and a terrifying pressure suddenly emerged. Eternal weapon. Chi Huang sword of the Qi family. Feeling the energy contained in the long sword, everyone in the hall changed their expressions drastically. The sharp cry made everyone break out in a cold sweat. Bang! And when the Qi Emperor sword appeared, the lunar platform also emitted a terrifying pressure. The 2 weapons were facing each other, and the formless pressure made some people unable to bear it and directly kneel on the ground, causing several cracks to appear on the ground. Is this a duel between eternal weapons? The northern wilderness will be shattered. Since ancient times, the duel between eternal weapons has always been held in the star field. If the eternal weapons collide on the ground, the whole area will collapse. These guys are crazy. At this moment, everyone had the idea to slip away immediately. If they stayed in the center of this storm, they would really be shattered. How many eternal weapons are there? We are not afraid of you. At this time, Jin Wang smiled faintly, holding the golden bottle in his hand, and walked to Yun Nuoxing's side. Elder Yu Qing also stopped on the left of Yun Nuoxing with a white longbow. Yuan Qian's third uncle took out a platinum dragon head mirror. The pressure of the four eternal weapons rushed toward Qi Wen and the others. The pressure of the Qi Huang sword was directly shattered, and the two of them staggered back a few hundred meters. They stared gloomily at the former and the others. Beside Yun Nuoxing, Qing Feng also held the lapis lazuli pagoda and stared at Qi Wen and the others maliciously. Everyone was so frightened that they swallowed their tongues. Good heavens! 6 eternal weapons appeared all of a sudden. Are they trying to sink the divine land, the golden vase of the golden temple, the immortal bow of the Yu family, the eternal star mirror of the Yuan family, and that platform and pagoda? They are all eternal weapons made of special 12th level materials. At this moment, Qi Wen simply wanted to slap his own mouth. He regretted jumping in. It was supposed to be a matter between two juniors, but in the end, he had jumped in and provoked 5 eternal weapons. Mother asterisk her, if they were to attack together, he wouldn't even know how he died. Beside Qi Wen, Qi Haoyu was also pale with fright. It was a great pleasure to be stared at by 5 eternal weapons. If it were not for the 2 maces in his hands, he would not be able to bear it and would have knelt down at this moment. Hand over the origin of water, or stay here forever. Yun Nuoxing held the nether void sword in his hand as the lunar altar floated in front of him. He took a step forward, and an extremely cold aura swept towards Qi Wen and Yun Nuoxing like a storm. His cold voice made Qi Wen shiver. At this point, there was no room for negotiation. Qi Wen knew that if they were determined not to hand over the origin of water, the 5 eternal weapons would kill them in an instant. Even if the gods came, they would die. Qi Haoyu also knew the pros and cons of this. He looked at Yun Nuoxing with an unwilling gaze. He thought that he could suppress him this time, but he did not expect to be severely suppressed. However, at this time, he could not delay too much. He was really afraid that Yun Nuoxing's nerves would be disturbed and he would be severely injured. Here you are. With an unwilling roar, Qi Haoyu put away the 2 gray maces and released the origin of water. The latter, as if frightened, hurriedly broke free. A dark blue light rose, causing everyone's eyes to turn blood red. Humph! However, just as some of them were getting greedy, a cold snort resounded in the air. Immediately, these people felt a chill in their hearts. Their bodies trembled, and they hurriedly withdrew their greed. Trying to snatch the water origin source while being attacked by 5 eternal weapons was a matter of certain death. After intimidating these guys who were ready to make a move, Yun Nuoxing stared at the water origin and watched it fly straight towards Ziyan. After that, it plunged into the latter's delicate body. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. 5 elements. However, just as Yun Nuoxing and the others were about to go back, Qi Wen's gloomy eyes fell straight on Ziyan, who was wrapped in the origin of water. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and opened his mouth to spit out 2 words. Mother asterisk her, you old bastard, you really talk a lot of nonsense. Hearing these 2 words, Yun Nuoxing had a bad feeling in his heart. At the same time, he wanted to slap Qi Wen to death, then dig up his grave and curse at his corpse. Don't you King know that the more you know, the faster you die? And just as Yun Nuoxing's voice fell, the nether void sword flashed with a purplish-black light. Purple night flames filled the entire sword, and a sword ray blasted out along with Yun Nuoxing's slash. Nether void firmament slash. With a violent roar, a huge purplish-black sword ray burst out from the sword. The monstrous energy shattered a large part of the hall and then rushed fiercely toward Qi Wen and Yun Nuoxing, who were caught off guard. Boom! The unparalleled sword ray turned into a purplish-black star. The dazzling light made everyone close their eyes. The violent wind pressure slammed everyone against the wall like flattened shrimp. Under the great pressure, the entire Tanis water god temple rumbled. A sword ray rushed out from the depths of the temple and quickly expanded to a size of 1,000,000 feet, then 1,000,000 feet. A large area of space shook and cracked. The sword ray cut the entire water body into an arc, forming 2 waterfalls. The sound of water splashing could be heard incessantly. After the storm stopped, everyone opened their eyes in fear and trepidation. Looking at the huge hole in the temple, they were so scared that they knelt on the ground, unable to speak for a long time. However, Qi Haoyu and Qi Wen were no longer in the gap. This, Jin Wang, and the others could not help but tremble slightly. The sword ray, just now, seemed like it could split heaven and earth. The peerless sword Qi even made all the eternal weapons malfunction in an instant. A weapon that can even interfere with eternal weapons. What is the origin of this sword? Yu Qing and the others looked at the Nether Void sword with lingering fear and couldn't help but murmur. Looking at the hole, Yun Nuoxing narrowed his eyes and carried the Nether Void sword on his shoulder. He sneered. They didn't die even like this. Everyone was stunned for a moment when they heard this. They quickly looked in his direction. Could it be that Qi Wen and Qi Haoyu could survive this peerless sword Qi? Moreover, wasn't there a problem with the water body? Splash! Outside the temple, the sound of water suddenly rang out. Then, everyone saw 2 figures float up from the water. Qi Wen looked at Yun Nuo with a face full of fear and horror. She hurriedly flew to the side with the unconscious Qi Haoyu. The Qi Emperor sword in Qi Wen's hand was covered with a layer of dim energy barrier that constantly emitted gray qi, protecting the 2 of them. There were many hideous wounds on their bodies, with a layer of purplish-black energy floating around them. Some of the wounds had even been charred. It seemed that even with the protection of the Qi Emperor sword, they had still suffered serious injuries. "Ha, old man, you talk the most. I want to collect some information consultation fee." Seeing the 2 of them in such a sorry state, while the people of the Qi family were not paying attention, the light elements on the surface of the Yun Nuo planet boiled. His figure flashed, but in an instant he rushed to Qi Wen's side. Then he reached out and pointed at his forehead, pulling out that memory. He clenched his fist and erased it. At the same time, he grabbed the 2 maces in Qi Haoyu's hand and stored them into the divine body before returning to the gold divine king's side. Bastard! In the blink of an eye, Yun Nuoxing had deleted his memory and taken away the half-formed eternal weapon. Qi Wen was in a trance for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he could not remember why he was so shocked just now. His eyes instantly turned blood red. Huff, huff. Qi Wen panted like a cow. The murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger as he looked at Yun Nuoxing. Putting aside his memory, losing a half-formed eternal weapon was also a pain to the Qi family. However, just as his murderous intent swelled to the extreme, for cold gazes suddenly swept over him, causing the murderous intent in his heart to melt instantly. He turned his gaze and saw Jin Wang and the other 3 holding eternal weapons, staring coldly at him. The corners of Qi Wen's mouth twitched as he regained some consciousness. He quickly suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. He knew that if he had dared to attack Yun Nuoxing just now, the 5 eternal weapons would have suppressed him instantly. Therefore, he could only stare at him helplessly. The anger in his heart could not be vented or dissipated. Brat, you'd better pray that you don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will let you have a taste of what it means to beg for death. Chi Wen's sinister voice quietly rang out as he looked at Yun Nuoxing with resentment. Yun Nuoxing raised his eyebrows as a venomous voice suddenly rang out beside his ear. He tilted his head to look at Chi when as a demonic smile surfaced on his face, after which, under the attention of countless gazes, he extended his right hand and slowly raised his slender middle finger towards Chi Wen. If you continue to grumble, I will take away the Chi Emperor's sword. As soon as he raised his middle finger, Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly and transmitted his voice. Puffed, Yun Nuoxing's hand gesture, in addition to the faint disdain, directly caused Chi Wen's face to instantly turn green. The flames of fury accumulated in his chest, unable to be spat out. In the end, his face directly turned red, and a mouthful of bright red fresh blood was spat out in front of everyone's stunned gazes. Chapter 334. Chi Wen spat out a mouthful of blood. He staggered 2 steps back and crashed into a horizontal pillar. The raging flames and the lack of oxygen caused his blood to rush to his brain, and he fainted. Yun Nuoxing slowly withdrew his middle finger and smiled faintly. Although the spiritual divine body could accept anything, he would not be able to accept the Chi Emperor's sword if Chi Wen resisted forcefully. Unlike the lunar platform, there was no one controlling it. The wisp of consciousness that belonged to the weapon would automatically submit to him. He only said this to annoy Chi Wen. On the side, Chi Su and the others who were buried in the ruins got up in a sorry state. When they saw the unconscious Chi Wen and Chi Haoyu, they quickly rushed over and shouted, "Fourth brother, Haoyu!" He placed his palm on the two's pulse and sensed for a while. When he found that they were still alive, he heaved a sigh of relief. If this important combat force and the young master died, it would be an immeasurable loss to the Chi family. Spiritual divine body, how dare you? My Chi family will remember this, and I'll settle this with you one by one in the future. Although he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the 2 of them were still alive, Chi Su lost control of himself and roared at Yun Nuoxing. He had completely fallen into Yun Nuoxing's hands and even lost a half of his eternal weapon. Let's talk about this after we've recovered. It's not too late to take this matter slowly. Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly and waved his hand. He grinned widely, revealing his big white teeth. Chi Su was so angry that he almost followed in Chi Wen's footsteps. Humph! I hope you still have the courage to do this when my Chi family besiege you. Chi Su said coldly. He knew that it was useless to stay any longer. After all, half of his Chi family had been crippled, and the other party had 5 eternal weapons. How could they fight? No matter how many people went up, they would only be delivering their heads. If they stayed any longer, they would only be asking for a beating. As soon as he finished speaking, Chi Su directly tore open a scroll of array diagram. A silver-blue teleportation gate appeared and swallowed the few of them in one gulp before disappearing on the spot. Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly when she saw the Chi family retreat in defeat. Then her gaze suddenly wavered twice. Her gorgeous light purple hair quickly turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her body also swayed twice. "Are you all right?" Seeing Yun Nuoxing's weak appearance, Jin Jinwang quickly supported him. He frowned, transferred some energy to him, and asked worriedly. Although Yun Nuoxing had a lot of treasures on him, most of them could only be activated once. After an extreme attack, he would fall into a state of exhaustion. If there was no one beside him, he would suffer. In this state, basically anyone could take care of him. "I'm a little tired." Yun Nuoxing smiled and waved his hand. Just as he thought, The attack just now had gathered almost all the energy in his body. Even his soul power was showing signs of exhaustion. It seems like the Netherworld Ruins sword can't unleash its strongest attack in the future. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly when he felt that his energy was gradually replenishing. At this moment, he was relying on the people beside him who could take care of him. He didn't have to worry about the situation when he was exhausted. If it was any other situation, he would probably be a sitting duck. The beautiful lady sighed and touched Yun Nuoshing's head with her slender hand. She couldn't help but chide him. Your level is not high enough. Activating the divine weapon now is tantamount to courting death. If we were not around, have you thought about the consequences? Although there are many divine weapons, don't completely rely on them. It's better to walk your own path. The Water God King and the others came over and lectured him. Yes. Yun Nuoshing hurriedly nodded. He knew that the God Kings were doing it for his own good. He also knew that he couldn't completely rely on the divine weapons and the Netherworld Ruins sword. However, the enemies he encountered along the way were many levels higher than him. He really couldn't deal with them without the divine weapons. A man's wealth was his own ruin. Just Ling Hongjian alone was enough for him to suffer. Fortunately, the people of the world didn't know about him. If they knew that he was a moving armory, they would probably go crazy. Girl, are you all right? After being lectured by the God Kings for a long time, Yun Nuoshing left with a dry smile. He hurriedly moved to Xian's side and patted her head with a smile. Yes. Xian smiled sweetly and gently raised her hand. With a thought, 2 head-sized balls of energy began to revolve gently on her palm. They were extremely intelligent, which made everyone click their tongues in wonder. The 5 elements body is damaged. The God Kings were stunned when they saw this, and they asked in an inaudible voice. Yun Nuoshing was stunned when he heard that. His smile stiffened, and he hurriedly looked at Xian. When he saw her gently nod, he let out a sigh of relief and explained. No wonder. The 5 elements body's origin has been lost. However, it's still very troublesome to collect it. Everyone sighed in pity when they saw Xian gently biting her lip. Yuan Qian and the others couldn't help but ask, Little boy, is this why you want to enter the forbidden area? Yes. Yun Nuoshing nodded and gently patted Xian's head with his palm. He smiled gently and said, There was once a person who saved my life and then foolishly followed me on my journey. I swore to help her recover her constitution. Even if the journey is dangerous and I have a slim chance of survival, I won't refuse. Hearing this, everyone sighed and then nodded their heads. Just this thought alone made them speechless. Receiving a favor from others, returning a favor was a matter of course. However, this favor still made them worried. How could a place like the Forbidden Area be so easy to come and go as, and when they wanted to? All right, I'm not that weak. No matter what, I'm still a dignified spiritual godly body. I have a pile of divine artifacts on me. Even if I smash a few forbidden areas, I'll still be fine. Yun Nuoshing chuckled when he saw everyone's worried expression. He spoke with a bit of arrogance and laziness. All right, we know you're powerful. You don't have to say any more. Everyone rolled their eyes at him and said. Yun Nuoshing spread out his hands and looked at the altar. He said, Let's take a walk inside. Now, it could be said that one party was the dominant force and no one could compete with them. Even the Qi family had retreated. No one present uttered a word. They just stared at the large group of people. After the incident just now, everyone knew how powerful the divine body was. That group of people might have 7 or 8 eternal weapons. Who could compete with them? Everyone nodded. Yun Nuoshing smiled and took the lead to descend. He then waved to the crowd and stepped into the altar. The crowd also swarmed in. The onlookers looked at each other and gritted their teeth. In the end, they couldn't resist the desire in their hearts and followed in. In an instant, the dilapidated hall became empty. There was an endless grassland here. The hills rose and fell in the distance. In this lush green world, the sun seemed a little warm. A few lazy clouds drifted slowly in the sky. The smooth lake water reflected the white clouds in the sky like a mirror. When the wind blew, blue and green waves spread into the distance. Suddenly, a huge hole opened in the space beside the lake. As soon as the silver-blue passage stabilized, a group of people came out in a line. They stood together in this place, a little stunned. A world of its own, a plane, what happened to the divine treasures? This, as soon as everyone came out of the passage, voices of discussion rang out one after another. There was a little doubt in the voices. Little Xingxing, that what a tall pillar. Zi Yan pulled Yun Nuoxing's hand and pointed at the center of the lake. Her charming voice was filled with shock, causing everyone to be stunned. Then they hurriedly looked over, and all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. A huge pillar, tens of thousands of feet long, and wide stood in the center of the lake. It towered into the clouds as if it was supporting the heavens and the earth. An ancient and desolate aura seeped into everyone's soul. Everyone gulped when they sensed that this aura was even more powerful than an eternal divine weapon. Cold sweat silently dripped from their foreheads. The pillar of creation, Yun Nuoxing, and the other divine kings couldn't help but murmur when they saw the huge pillar. A chill slowly emerged from their hearts. Divine kings, do you recognize this pillar? Yun Nuoxing could not help but ask when he heard Jin Jinwang and company mention the pillar's name. He had seen the pillar of creation once before. Back in Fire Cloud Palace, the divine radiance mirror was opened to repair the gigantic pillar. Back then, the Fire Cloud Palace's Grand Elder had mentioned it. If something were to happen to the pillar of creation, it might collapse the entire Zenith River region. Jin Jinwang sighed and nodded. The way he looked at the pillar of creation turned increasingly odd. Moments later, he said, "This pillar of creation is controlled by each of the 9 temples. They guard 9 different locations in the divine continent. It was jointly established by the patriarch and an old friend." Should I say they jointly established it, sealed it, or repaired it together? I'm not too sure either. Yun Nuoxing was taken aback. He never expected it to be so vague. We're not too sure either. This pillar of creation has existed for a very, very long time. There's no detailed information about it. Jinwang sighed as he looked at the towering pillar in front of him. However, we can now confirm that the patriarch and the rest are likely protecting this pillar of creation. After all, the Tana's water god temple is something left behind from the mythological era. If it existed back then, the patriarch and the rest would probably be in charge of guarding it, right? What's the use of this pillar of creation? Yun Nuoxing was getting more and more curious. Back then, he had seen only one, but he did not expect that there were 9 in the divine land. Moreover, there was one here. He really did not know who built it, nor did he know why it was built. I'm not too sure. It's said that it's used to guard something. I'm not too sure about the details. Jin Jinwang shook his head. When everyone heard that, the way they looked at the pillar immediately turned odd. No one present acted rashly. According to Jin Jinwang and company, the pillar was related to the existence of a region. It was unlikely to be touched casually, or there would be a calamity. Back when I was in Fire Cloud Palace, I repaired a pillar of creation. Then, there shouldn't be any problems with this one, right? Yun Nuashing hesitated for a moment before asking. No, the seal on this pillar of creation is very complete. It can be said to be perfect. After so many years, not a single energy has been depleted. There shouldn't be any need to maintain it, Jin Wang said. Ah! Suddenly, someone present screamed, giving everyone a fright. They hurriedly turned their heads and looked in the direction of the scream. They saw a person with a pale face and trembling body. He was pointing at the pillar of creation as though he had seen a ghost. Elderly, what's wrong? The person beside him hurriedly asked before following his gaze. It was unknown what he saw. That pillar, that pillar, that pillar. There's someone on that pillar. The person addressed as elderly shuddered as he spoke with great difficulty. It gave everyone present a fright as they hurriedly looked at the pillar of creation. After searching for a while, their expressions instantly turned heavy. Tens of thousands of feet above the lake's surface, they could vaguely see a figure. He was dressed in blue robes and was bound to the pillar of creation by 2 chains. His body was intact, and it was unknown if he was dead or alive. There are still signs of life. The beautiful woman glanced at the person and muttered to herself. It made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. It had been so many years, so why was there still a living person here? Even gods couldn't cross the long span of time that spanned several eras. It's him! Suddenly, Yun Nuashing shouted. After giving everyone a fright, she calmed down and shook her head. She said, "No, it's not him. However, it looks very similar, very similar." Similar to who? Where did you see him? Everyone was stunned and hurriedly asked. I saw that person in Boulder City. He looks exactly like this person. However, he has blonde hair and golden robes, while this person has blue hair and blue robes. Yun Nuashing frowned and said in a deep voice, just as the crowd was discussing animatedly, the person on the pillar of creation slowly opened his eyes. His aqua blue eyes were filled with coldness as he stared straight at Yun Nuashing. Chapter 335. A bone-piercing chill descended from the sky as the surface of the lake froze into ice at an impressive speed. Cold air floated in the air, forming a layer of white mist. Even their hair was dyed with white frost. When the cold air entered their lungs, they felt as though they were about to freeze. This terrifying reaction immediately attracted everyone's attention. They hurriedly circulated the energy in their bodies to expel the bone-piercing chill. They hurriedly raised their heads and looked at the pair of emotionless ice-blue eyes. They could not help but swallow their saliva. That pair of eyes looked at them as though they were insignificant. What an icy aura! Yun Nuashing and the rest stood together while Jin Wang and the rest stood at the very front. The aura emitted by the Jinling bottle made everyone feel a little better. Kacha! The youth in blue stared coldly at Yun Nuashing. Suddenly, he broke the 2 thick chains that bound him. The crisp sound spread far and wide and landed on everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer, causing them to tremble violently. As the chains broke, the youth suddenly fell from the sky and slowly landed on the ice surface. In his ice-blue eyes, there was only Yun Nuashing's figure and nothing else. The youth took a step forward and gently stepped on the ice surface. His figure suddenly appeared by the lakeside and stopped in front of everyone. That bone-piercing chill rushed towards them. Even the air was showing signs of freezing. Even Yuan Qi could be frozen. Seeing him walk over, everyone suddenly shuddered and retreated 1,000 meters away. Only Yun Nuashing and the rest stood in their original spots without any movement. It was not that they did not want to leave, but that the youth's icy aura had locked onto them. It was useless to leave. The youth glanced coldly at Jin Wang and the rest and slowly walked over. Every time his feet landed on the ground within 10 meters would be frozen. The moisture in the air was frozen into small ice crystals and fell on the ice surface, making crisp, tinkling sounds. He did not stop until he was about 10 feet away from Jin Jinwang. He looked at Yun Nuoxing, and his leisurely voice drifted out gently. There was no trace of emotion, and the chill went deep into their bones. "I'm looking for him, not you." Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. Then they looked at Yun Nuoxing in unison. They did not understand the relationship between this youth and Yun Nuoxing. The latter was also at a loss. He had never seen him before, nor did he do anything to him. "Brother, what's wrong with Nuoxing?" Jin Jinwang frowned. Although he could not see the youth's strength clearly, he felt that he was very terrifying. However, it was impossible for him to hand over Yun Nuoxing just because of this. He still had an eternal weapon in his hand, so he was not afraid of him. Everyone also quickly pulled Yun Nuoxing into the middle and surrounded her. Several eternal weapons were pointed directly at the youth. Judging from his aura, it was obvious that he did not come with good intentions. "I'm looking for you, not you." The youth's faint voice was filled with infinite coldness. Every word he said caused the air to fluctuate a little. Everyone frowned. The Gold Divine King even took a step forward. Just as he was about to say something, he was stunned. He did not know when, but there was an icy blue energy ball that was 3,000 meters in size in the sky, and that youth had disappeared without a trace, causing him to be stunned for a moment. Little Star is gone." At this moment, Ziyen, who had been tightly holding on to Yun Nuoxing, suddenly felt that her hand had become empty, causing her to hurriedly turn her head, only to discover that there was someone missing from her side at an unknown time, and her beautiful face instantly became pale. "Little boy." Yuan Qian also cried out anxiously. The cold air had already receded, and her voice reverberated throughout the empty plains. "There are so many people watching. How could a living person disappear? Just like that?" Jin Jinwang's face was solemn. The golden vase in his hand became more and more dazzling. The golden brilliance made people in the distance have the urge to kneel down. The beautiful woman also looked around quickly, her bright eyes flashing with green light. When she saw the ice blue energy ball, she was suddenly stunned, and her pretty face turned pale. When she saw that everyone was about to go out and look for the youth, she could not help but sigh and say, "Don't look for him. Little Star is in there." "What?" Everyone was stunned. They quickly followed her gaze and stopped at the ice blue energy ball. Little Star's life force is blooming inside. The beautiful woman sighed and looked puzzled. She did not understand why Yun Nuoxing ran there in the blink of an eye. Qing Feng stroked his beard and thought for a long time. Suddenly he thought of something. With a shake of his hand, he plucked a small tuft of his beard. He looked at the energy ball as if he had seen a ghost. He could not help but say a word of horror. The power of time. Only the power of time could allow him to capture that kid under our noses. When everyone heard this answer, they all gasped. The power of time could only be controlled by people who had reached the level of God. To be able to stop time and take away Yun Nuoxing, that kind of cultivation level was at least close to the level of God. At least a God who had just stepped into the level of God did not have this kind of ability. What should we do? Little Star has fallen into that person's hands. At this time, Zian could only be anxious and could not do anything. What can be done? That energy ball is a barrier. Even an eternal weapon cannot break it. What else can it do? Jin Jinwang was also anxious and looked at everyone in dismay. They were a little uneasy, fearing that Yun Nuoxing would meet with some unexpected mishap. "It's okay. Didn't we see the little boy in the prophecy? There will be no problem." Yuan Qian patted her towering breasts and said calmly. Although she said so, She was also very nervous. Everyone smiled bitterly. Prophecies were the most unreliable. But at this time, they could only stare and pray that Yun Nuoshing would be able to escape safely. In the sealed space, Yun Nuoshing opened his eyes and saw a patch of icy blue. A young man in blue stood 10 meters away, staring at him with his awl-like eyes. The cold air caused him to have goosebumps. A moment ago, he was looking at a grassland. The next moment, he appeared in a sealed space. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. The moment he came to his senses, his heart was filled with shock. He muttered, "The power of time?" However, when he saw this scene, he calmed down. A person of this level could probably kill him thousands of times with just a breath. Since he wanted to find him, it should not be for his life. Although he thought so, Yun Nuoshing threw out all his weapons in an instant. The lunar altar and the Xianlong zither protected him on both sides. He held the Nethervoid sword and the Linghong sword in his right hand, and the Nine Heavens spirit formation formed by dozens of divine weapons surrounded him. The heaven refining formation was aimed at the young man in an instant. After he was ready, Yun Nuoshing heaved a sigh of relief. He frowned and looked at the young man. He asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "I am me." The young man stared at him. There was an inexplicable glow in his cold eyes. He muttered, "I am Yun Nuoshing. What kind of joke is this?" Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. He roared, "If you are Yun Nuoshing, then who am I?" Although this name was revived from his memory, no one had said that this was his name. He had never confirmed it himself. Back then, when Qin Hui asked, he thought of it for a moment. However, after using it for so long, he had already regarded it as his own. Now that he heard someone call himself Yun Nuoshing, no matter how he thought about it, it felt strange. Could it be that he was using his own name? "You are you." The young man raised his head and said indifferently, "You are Yun Nuoshing." When Yun Nuoshing heard this, he was about to go crazy. He felt that his mind was about to be broken. He quickly asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean? Who are you? Who am I?" The young man sighed and said coldly, "You are you, I am me. You are Yun Nuoshing, I am Yun Nuoshing. Since you are me, I am you. We are one." Huh! When Yun Nuoshing heard this, he was so shocked that he almost dropped the Netherworld Ruin Sword. He could not help but look at the young man. However, he realized that he did not look like he did. Suddenly, he did not understand. They were one. What did he mean? "Ziyi, what's going on?" When Yun Nuoshing did not understand anything, he could only ask Ziyi for help. "I don't know either." Ziyi sighed. To be honest, she also felt that this sentence was strange. If this young man was not crazy, then there must be some kind of connection between the two of them. However, she was more inclined to the latter. "I don't sense an aura similar to yours from him." Ziyi sighed and said, hearing this, Yun Nuoshing frowned even more. He had many doubts in his heart, but no one could solve them for him. "You have forgotten the past. You have forgotten why you are here. You have forgotten where you are going. You have forgotten why you are fighting. You have even forgotten about yourself. You are just a blank piece of paper." The young man's cold and clear voice quietly reverberated, causing Yun Nuoshing to frown deeply. "Why are you here? Why are you fighting?" Yun Nuoshing muttered repeatedly. After a while, he shook his head and looked at the young man, saying, "I don't know, but I know." The young man's voice was like thunder to Yun Nuoshing's ears. If he did not know about himself, how could others know about him? However, the situation did not allow him to continue asking because he saw an ice-blue spear that was longer than a person appear in the young man's hand. The tip of the spear glowed with a bone-piercing cold light. It was pointed directly at him. causing him to feel an extremely cold battle intent. Seeing the young man's actions, Yun Nuashing was stunned. Then, he narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on the Netherworld Ruin sword. Golden energy surged out of his body, and the power of the stars enveloped him seamlessly. Starlight sparkled, making him look extremely mysterious. "Fight or die," the young man said coldly. His voice was cold and emotionless, making people wonder if his heart was made of ice. "Your will has decided some things. Be sealed or see the light of day again." Yun Nuashing was stunned. He knew that the young man was powerful and could control the power of time. How could he be simple? However, he had no other choice now. He was trapped here and could not advance or retreat. What else could he do? Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing let out a hearty laugh. Light essence surged out from his body, making him look like a golden star. Then, with a flash of golden light, he brought all his weapons and rushed towards the youth with an earth-shattering momentum. His sharp weapons were fiercely smashed towards the youth. His loud laughter reverberated in the heaven and earth. "Let's fight!" Chapter 336. Dozens of divine weapons covered the sky and followed Yun Nuashing as they charged towards the young man. The 9 Heavens Spirit Concealment Formation and the Great Heaven Refining Formation shattered the energy. The vast energy and strong wind completely locked down the space and pounced on the young man like a pack of wolves. The young man was very calm. He looked at the numerous weapons that covered the sky and earth as if he couldn't see them. His gaze was fixed on Yun Nuashing. He raised his spear and waved it lightly in front of him without any fancy moves. Boom! The spear gently swept across, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. The surrounding space twisted and broke inch by inch. The space actually collapsed with just a simple move. What the F***? The moment the wind pressure formed, Yun Nuashing clearly sensed it. His expression instantly turned serious. This casual attack was equivalent to the full power of his Netherworld Ruins sword. Although he had a bunch of divine weapons, he couldn't use them all at once. That would drain him completely. Buzz. The empty space started to tremble at this moment. Large amounts of black fragments fell down like broken glass. Behind the black space was a dark yellow time barrier. Seeing the space ripple rapidly, Yun Nuashing only had time to move the 9 Heavens Spirit Concealment Formation in front of him. Then, the terrifying gust of wind had already descended. Bang! The wind pressure came and went quickly. The formations shattered the moment the gust of wind arrived. The weapons beside Yun Nuashing collided with each other and were all blown away. Even Yun Nuashing spun a few rounds in the air before coming to a stop. "You rely too much on external objects." The young man glanced at Yun Nuashing indifferently. His cold words didn't carry a trace of emotion, leaving the latter speechless. "You say it as if I can withstand it without these." Yun Nuashing was speechless. How could he withstand it with his own strength after crossing so many levels? He wouldn't even be able to kill himself. However, he was really used to drawing his weapons now. It had basically become a conditioned reflex. At the very least, you have to learn how to use a weapon to its fullest potential. Don't just take it out like a swarm of bees and act like a clown, the young man said. "Clown." Yun Nuashing's face twitched violently. She took a deep breath and put away all of her weapons, leaving only the Nethervoid sword in her hand. A purplish-black light swirled around her body as she pointed the tip of her sword at the young man. She said in a low voice, "As you wish." He didn't choose the lunar platform because the Nethervoid sword was the divine weapon that he had owned from the very beginning. Although it was a little lower in grade than the lunar platform, It was the best divine weapon for him. Buzz. The light element brought Yun Nuoshing along as it flashed through space. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of the young man. The Netherruin sword drew a purplish-black arc in the air. The power contained within the sword was enough to slice space in half. The young man looked at the giant sword that was speeding towards him. He gently lifted his spear and pointed it at the Netherworld Ruin sword. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing against metal was like the ringing of a giant bell. The sound was deafening. Before the power of the Netherworld Ruin sword could explode, it was neutralized by the power of the spear. A huge force traveled through the giant sword back to Yun Nuoshing's hand, causing both of his hands to go numb. Again, his hands were numb, and he almost lost his grip on the giant sword. However, he still held onto the Netherworld Ruin sword with all his might. He gritted his teeth and twisted his feet in the air. His body spun in a circle, and his right hand dragged the giant sword that was as tall as him as he ruthlessly smashed it at the young man. Clang! Another giant bell rang out. The young man still only used the tip of his spear to block the giant sword that was several times larger than his spear. The majestic force rebounded onto the two of them, causing them to take a step back. Again, Yun Nuoshing let out a roar. At this moment, he seemed to have let go of everything. The golden divine sword appeared in his left hand. The veins on his hands that were holding the two swords pulsed like small drums. The two swords opened and closed, spinning like a windmill. Ding, ding, dang, dang. Clang! The spear danced in the young man's hand, leaving behind afterimages. Icy blue shadows took shape and disappeared in the air. The young man accurately used the tip of his spear to block the blade of the sword each time. The three different colored energies were like long whips that lashed out in all directions. Your battle intent isn't bad, but it's still lacking, the young man said indifferently. The spear blocked the two swords at the same time. Then, with a soft roar, a powerful force surged out of the spear and struck the two giant swords, sending Yun Nuoshing flying. Ouch! Yun Nuoshing took some time to rub his numb arms. He shivered and licked his lips. With a faint smile, he transformed into a golden light and charged forward again. An ethereal aura surged out from his body. Yun Nuoshing had a peaceful expression on his face. He waved his two swords without any distracting thoughts. His black clothes fluttered along with the hazy energy of several colors. He looked like a banished immortal who had descended to the mortal world. The two swords carried layers of sword aura. Layer after layer, he slashed at the icy blue spear in a continuous manner. This sword technique was the one that was engraved in his soul. Although he didn't know what level it belonged to, it was very easy to use. His large movements contained an endless sword intent. Clang! Bang! The young man's expression remained indifferent from the beginning. There was no change in his expression at all. Even when Yun Nuoshing displayed a profound sword technique, there was not much of a change in his expression. That beautiful face seemed to be frozen. Sword God technique, giant sword slash. 2,000 feet long sword auras were like two crescent moons. Accompanied by a shout, energy ripples spread throughout this sealed space. The crescent moons pounced at the young man like two ferocious wolves. The spear drew an arc. It was calm, and there wasn't any energy fluctuation. However, it was this simple spear that caused ripples to appear in this extremely hard space. One spear. Facing all of Yun Nuoshing's attacks, the young man responded with a single spear. His body didn't even move a single step. Bang! With a dull sound, the two sword auras shattered into pieces and dissipated in the air. Sword God technique, Overlord slash. Sword God technique, Million Demon God Sword, Nether Void Firmament / Countless Energy Sword. Auras accompanied by roars shot out from the two swords as if they were free. A million black swords with monstrous demonic aura appeared and swarmed towards the young man. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing seemed to have endless energy. She circulated the soul-burning technique at full speed. She was halfway through the sword god technique. Half of her hair had turned white, but she was still slashing tirelessly. She was so passionate that she seemed like a crazy demon. Sword god technique, thousand thunder shattering, divine sword suppressing the earth. With a roar, Yun Nuoxing urged all the energy in her body and poured all her energy into this sword. She even combined the two techniques into one. After she shouted, a 1,000 feet long golden sword appeared around Yun Nuoxing's body. Endless lightning adhered to the sword and crackled. The moment the divine sword was formed, it emitted a majestic energy. Then, the sword and the person transformed into a gold-and-silver bolt of lightning and charged straight at the young man. Their speed was at its fastest at this moment. It was so fast that the young man couldn't help but frown. He had just raised his spear when the golden divine sword arrived like a violent thunderbolt. Clang! The golden energy sword collided with the spear sword, and a clear bell chime reverberated in the air. It was as if 10,000 dragons were roaring beside one's ear. The rumbling sound even broke through the sealed space and spread outside. Everyone who heard it hurriedly covered their ears. They even felt that their line of sight was somewhat shaken. Boom! The power of the divine sword and the spear erupted, transforming into two enormous storms of energy that swept through the surroundings. They immediately expanded the sealed space by several dozen times. The powerful winds of energy were like layers of waves as they continuously struck towards the two of them. Humph! Under such a huge force, Yun Nuoxing's huge golden energy sword was easily destroyed. His body also suffered a heavy blow and shot out like a cannonball. A muffled groan came from his throat, and a trace of golden red blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was slightly injured. The young man also took 2 steps back. For the first time, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. However, he quickly concealed it. Looking at the energy storm that was like a giant pillar that reached the sky, he gently raised his hand and clenched it, twisting it in a circle. Buzz. A monstrous energy was suddenly born at the center of the storm. Then it started to rotate at high speed and stopped the energy storm. The sealed space also instantly returned to its original size of 10,000 feet. In the ice-blue world, Yun Nuoxing spread her 6 wings at the edge of the sealed space. She knelt on one knee in the air and panted heavily. Her snow-white hair danced in the wind elements, and there was a faint trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. She licked her dry lips with her tongue, but her eyes seemed to be burning. It seemed that she hadn't had enough fun yet. However, at this moment, she no longer had the strength to raise her sword again. On the other hand, the young man in blue was as good as new. Even his breathing was slow and steady. He didn't suffer any injuries. The state of the two formed a sharp contrast. She was in a sorry state while he was unharmed. You win! Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and sighed. He simply sat cross-legged in the air and folded his 6 wings behind him like a screen. The netherworld ruin's sword was placed across his legs. He looked at the unharmed young man, and his eyelids twitched. After a moment, he laughed loudly and said, "You can kill me or cut me up as you wish. However, let my friend go, or I'll drag you down with me." After saying that, her eyes suddenly became fierce. The Xianlong zither in her heart flickered at high speed and was about to break out. You are me and I am you. If I kill you, it's the same as killing myself. The young man shook his head and sighed. Then he said indifferently, I let you hit me because I wanted to test your willpower. Congratulations, you pass. His indifferent voice didn't have a trace of emotion. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. Although he didn't feel any killing intent from the young man, he didn't expect this to be a test. The test is over. What's next? Sitting in the air with his legs crossed, Yun Nuoxing sighed as he activated the burning soul spell to slowly recover his energy. Star power flashed on the surface of his body, and a few fist-sized stars slowly rotated. A silver-blue mark appeared on his forehead, and a circle of light wrapped around him. It was very mysterious, and it seemed to have a special charm. Then, the rest is up to you. The young man looked at Yun Nuoxing and said indifferently, What? Yun Nuoxing was stunned and didn't react. After a long while, he said, Me? What does it have to do with me? In the future, one of us has to walk the path. Or rather, only one of us will be left in the end. What do you mean? Yun Nuoxing frowned. He couldn't figure out what this guy meant from the beginning. The young man sighed, and for the first time, a helpless look appeared in his eyes. He looked at Yun Nuoxing and said something that shocked him to the extreme. I'm just a fragment of your soul. Chapter 337. I'm just a fragment of your soul. The young man's helpless words were even scarier in Yun Nuoxing's ears than the roar of the battle just now. He was so shocked that his mind was a little muddled. He was stunned for a moment and could only widen his eyes, suspecting that he had heard wrongly. Fragment of my soul. After a long time, Yun Nuoxing swallowed his saliva and repeated his words. You once guessed that Yun Nuoxing's soul was damaged due to his amnesia, and his memories had also dissipated. However, this was only a guess because Yun Nuoxing's soul was very powerful. He was much more powerful than people of the same level and even alchemists who specialized in soul power. How could a defective soul be so powerful? Yes, I'm just a fragment of your soul. The young man nodded and said, You don't have to be surprised. Your soul is indeed damaged, but just this damaged soul alone is far more powerful than the soul of an ordinary person. The young man gave an affirmative answer, and Yun Nuoxing, who had just woken up, was stunned again. If a damaged soul was already so powerful, then if two souls were combined, would the soul be so powerful that it could fly? One had to know that in this era, there was a serious shortage of soul cultivation methods, and the people who cultivated the soul were much less than in previous eras. Other than alchemists who had unique cultivation methods, the rest of the people basically had no way to cultivate the soul. They could only strengthen their soul with the growth of their age and cultivation. Then, will my memories be restored? Yun Nuoxing was most concerned about this question. He had lost his memory for so long. Didn't he come all this way to find a way to restore his memory? Since the young man was his soul fragment, there must be some memories in it, right? I don't know. The young man shook his head and said, all right, forget it if you don't have any. It's a good thing that your soul can be restored completely. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled bitterly and nodded. Who told you that you only have one soul fragment? Suddenly, the young man lowered his voice and said coldly. His calm eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light, and Yun Nuoxing shivered from his stare. More than one. Hearing these words, Yun Nuoxing felt his entire body turn cold. The shock washed over his mind. This chill was far colder than the young man's voice by many times. I don't know what happened a long time ago, and I don't know who we used to be, but I can tell you with certainty that something happened that tore our souls apart into several pieces. As for how many pieces there were, I don't know, The only thing I can be sure of is that those soul fragments might have turned into a person, a blade of grass, or even dormant in a person's body. Only when a divine weapon is used to its peak can it be powerful. Thank you for your advice. Yun Nuashing nodded and kept this principle in his heart. The youth sighed and looked through the sealed space at the pillar of creation. He said, "Also, although there is no problem with the pillar of creation here, you have to protect the other places. This is very important." Okay, Yun Nuashing nodded solemnly. The youth sighed and walked in front of Yun Nuashing. He stretched out his right hand and said seriously, "Fuse them. This process will be very painful. You have to bear with it." Yun Nuashing nodded and stood up. She raised her left hand and gently touched the fair right hand. Buzz. A circle of icy blue light suddenly lit up on the youth's body. Then he slowly moved towards Yun Nuashing. His right hand slowly turned illusory as it came into contact with Yun Nuashing. His entire body became slightly more transparent. Bits of blue light flew out from his body and slowly floated towards Yun Nuashing and merged into Yun Nuashing's mind. Following the youth's transformation, Yun Nuashing's body also lit up with a bright light. The 5 elements rotated on the surface of his body. Looking at the pair of clear and indifferent icy blue eyes, she felt an inexplicable sadness. Was it a tragedy to live for the sake of being reunited with someone? However, this emotion only existed for a short while before disappearing. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and calmly watched the youth's spiritual energy enter his body. Then it faintly turned blurry. What surprised her was that the youth said that it would be very painful, but she didn't feel it. Looking at his gradually transparent body that was almost completely annihilated, and then looking at Yun Nuashing, the young man suddenly laughed. His face was originally very beautiful, and it was very suitable for a smile. This smile that came from the bottom of his heart was quite lethal to both men and women. He laughed very happily, and also seemed to be a little relieved. The youth gently opened his mouth and smiled. "My mission is complete. The rest is up to you." As his voice fell, the youth's body was suddenly disintegrated in a bright beam of light. He turned into countless sparkling and translucent light spots that surged into Yun Nuashing's body. "Have a safe journey. Our mission. Let me complete it." Yun Nuashing sighed and felt a little sad. However, she still forced herself to be spirited and smiled faintly. Bang! Thump! Suddenly, Yun Nuashing's heart beat violently. A throbbing pain came from her heart. It was heart-wrenching, as if a sharp knife had been ruthlessly stabbed into her heart and stirred it back and forth. Ah! The sudden sharp pain made Yun Nuashing cry out involuntarily. She didn't even make a sound when a spear pierced through her body. However, she roared out loud now. One could imagine how painful it was. Buzz. Howl. Howl. A buzzing sound reverberated in her ears. The whistling sound was like thunder. The ball of soul between her eyebrows suddenly trembled violently. The violent tremors made Yun Nuashing feel as if it was about to be cut in half. Cold sweat dripped down from her forehead. Her body that was originally standing straight was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, she felt as if 2 giants that were 100 feet tall were each grabbing half of her body and tearing it apart with all their might. Pain. A pain that went straight to her bones. Ah! Creak! Suddenly, Yun Nuashing lost the strength to stand and fell straight under the sealed space. She curled up her body and hugged her head and her heart. Her fingers were clenched so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. She gritted her teeth so hard that it seemed like they were about to shatter. Her fair face was flushed red, and her handsome face looked extremely ferocious at this moment. The veins all over her body were popping out because of excessive force. Ah, it hurts. His body suddenly lit up with two rays of light. They extended from the top of his head down to his navel, perfectly dividing his body into two halves. The left half shone with 5 colors, while the right half shone with an icy blue. As soon as these two colors appeared, they merged with each other at the intersection, gradually merging into one. However, the speed was so slow that it made one feel hopeless. Boom! The intense pain made Yun Nuoshing feel as if 10,000 arrows had pierced through his heart and 10,000 insects were gnawing on his body. He almost fainted, and the punch that he could not bear smashed into the sealed space, and the barrier that no longer had a maintainer suddenly collapsed under this punch. The barrier is broken. Following the loud sound, the originally nervous crowd saw the icy blue barrier suddenly shatter like glass at this moment. It scattered and disappeared in all directions. However, before the crowd could rejoice, they saw a figure suddenly fall from the shattered space. There's only one person, and there are signs of life. Who is it? Jin Wang, and the others were stunned for a moment. However, they didn't care too much at this time, and hurriedly ran over. When they saw the familiar outfit, they couldn't help but exclaim, "It's the little boy. He survived." Yuan Qian was excited and ran in front with Xian. When they saw that Yun Nuoshing had survived, they heaved a sigh of relief. Although they knew that Yun Nuoshing was still alive after seeing the future, they couldn't help but worry. Something's wrong. Why didn't she stop falling? However, everyone noticed that something was wrong, because at this moment, Yun Nuo planet was falling straight down without the slightest bit of slowing down. Little star. Seeing this scene, Xian anxiously shouted and hurriedly flew into the sky to catch the rapidly falling Yun Nuoshing. However, when she saw his current appearance, she was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale. She hurriedly landed on the ground with him. "King of gods, little star," Xian rushed to Jin Wang with Yun Nuoshing in her arms. She was so anxious that she forgot how to speak. She could only open her mouth and worry helplessly. When they saw Yun Nuoshing being split into two and his face scrunched up in pain, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not understand what had happened. This is soul fusion. The beautiful woman hurriedly reached out and pressed her hand between Yun Nuoshing's eyebrows. After sensing for a while, her pretty face suddenly turned pale, and she said, "There are two souls in Little Star's body that are merging into one." What? Hearing this result, everyone turned pale with fright. Soul fusion could easily cause one's soul to scatter. Is it that guy? Hurry up and stop him. Jin Wang frowned when he heard this. He patted Yun Nuoshing's head with his big hand, and a majestic soul power was about to surge out. "No, if you do this, Little Star's soul will collapse immediately." When the beautiful woman saw this, she was shocked and hurriedly stopped him. Then she hurriedly said, "Little Star is now in a state of balance. Moreover, he is the one who is leading this soul fusion. In other words, if the fusion succeeds in the end, Little Star will still be Little Star, not him. But what if it fails? You know how dangerous soul fusion is." Hearing this, Jin Wang was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He rubbed his hands and paced back and forth on the spot, not knowing what to do. We can't have a third force intervene now. Otherwise, this balance that we worked so hard to maintain might collapse directly. Little Star's soul will disperse. Now, we can only let him complete this step himself. The beautiful woman's expression was grave, but she had no other choice. This dangerous process could only be completed by Yun Nuoshing himself. If anyone else intervened, it would be a very serious hindrance to him. Damn it, if anything happens to Nuwashing, I'll chop that bastard alive. Even if he reincarnates, I'll ferret him out. Seeing this, Jin Wang could only spit out harsh words angrily, but he was also helpless. At this time, Yun Nuwashing, who had been clenching his teeth and not making a sound, suddenly opened his eyes wide. His palm left 5 fingerprints on the ground, and his other hand grabbed Xian's back tightly. His painful roar made everyone's heart tighten. The low moan was like the roar of a small beast in pain, making everyone feel uncomfortable just by looking at it. Little Star, a burning sensation came from her back, causing Ziyan's heart to ache. However, she didn't let go. She tightly bit her red lips and quickly hugged him tightly in her embrace. She could feel the pain in his heart. It could definitely be said that he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Otherwise, Yun Nuwashing, who had always been arrogant, wouldn't wantonly moan in pain in front of others. He was someone who would rather laugh in pain than cry. At this moment, she clearly saw 2 streaks of sparkling tears on his face. This scene made it difficult for her to breathe. If this can alleviate your pain. Xian forced a smile. Spots of blood appeared on her white clothes. Yun Nuwashing's strength had directly dug into her flesh, but she was very stubborn and didn't let go. It had always been Yun Nuwashing who did things for her. If she could share a little of his pain today, she would feel gratified. Stubborn girl. When everyone saw her like this, they felt distressed and angry. They really didn't know what to say. The beautiful woman could only help heal her. She patted her head and didn't say anything. Quick, let's leave this place first. We can't stay here for long. Let's go quickly. At this moment, the Water God King, who hadn't made a sound since the moment he saw Yun Nuwa planet, finally opened a space gate with great difficulty. He quickly wiped the sweat on his forehead and yelled, "Let's go." The Gold God King stuck out his tongue and roared. With a wave of his hand, he led the others in. This place instantly became empty, causing the spectators to be dumbstruck. Chapter 338. Sea King City, you family celestial stone shop. In a room filled with celestial chi, Yun Nuwashing was lying on a white bed. His sweat had soaked the soft quilt. On his forehead, large beads of sweat continuously emerged from his forehead and slid down his pale face, soaking his long hair and pillow. The way he gritted his teeth and growled made people's hearts ache. No one knew how much pain he was enduring in his dream. Beside Yun Nuwashing, Xian was holding his hand. On the back of her white dress, there was a dazzling mottled bloodstain. Her jade-like hand was in pain from his grip, and her fingertips had turned white. The action of interlocking fingers made people feel very nervous at this moment. Beside him, Ming and Lan Shiner were also present. The former cried for a few hours and finally fell asleep due to exhaustion. The latter, like Xian, stayed by Yun Nuwashing's side and kept wiping his sweat with a towel. Every time she saw him in so much pain that he wished he was dead, she would become anxious. If she didn't know that she couldn't disturb the fusion of souls, she would have intervened long ago. Beside Yun Nuwashing's pillow, there was also a small crimson fellow. It was tightly attached to Yun Nuwashing's head, although some people had moved it away because they were worried that Yun Nuwashing would crush it when she turned around. They didn't expect the little fellow to fly back by itself. Moreover, it insisted on nestling beside Yun Nuwashing's head. Its stubbornness was really the same as the few people in the room. The realm gate opened by the Water God King didn't teleport them too far away. They fell out when they were still 1,000,000 miles away from Sea King City. However, it wasn't his fault. The space in the Tana's Water God Temple was abnormally hard. Being able to create a spatial crack was already the limit. If it weren't for the Water God Temple's proficiency in arrays, they would probably have to return the way they came. It had been a month since they returned from the Tana's water god's temple. Yun Nuashing had been in a half-conscious state. Occasionally, he would let out 2 low growls from his throat, which would make anyone who heard it feel sad. It wasn't until half a month later that he completely fainted. From then on, the 2 areas of light on his body sped up the fusion speed. At least, it could be seen that the fusion gave birth to a 5-colored color. However, the blue in it had turned into an icy blue, and the water element in his body had also become a little cold. In a month's time, Yun Nuashing had completely recovered, but his soul had not settled down, so he could not wake up. At this moment, his condition was much better than the previous half a month. He was calm, although he was still panting heavily, as if he was enduring the burning of 10,000 fires, but there were no signs of violent struggle. Except for his fingers that were still clenched until they turned white, the small white jade hand that was clasped together was red. In this month, these 2 hands had not been separated. Creak, the door slowly opened with a soft sound. Yuan Shi, dressed in a snow-white robe, walked in. Following him was Yuan Shui, who was holding a zither in her hand. Looking at Yuan Shui's dark eyes, it seemed that she hadn't rested well for a long time. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Xian opened Mei Mao and turned around. When she saw the 2 coming in, she was slightly stunned and asked, "How is Sister Qian?" Yuan Qian and Yuan. She had also been guarding the room for a month. In the end, Yuan Qian, who was overly worried, was the first to collapse. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. One after another, they collapsed. This was a battle of attrition. Everyone had no choice but to place Yuan Qian somewhere else and let the others rest. Only the 3 stubborn girls were left to guard the room, Yuan Qian and Yuan. She were even dragged out by Yuan Shao and Elder Yuqing. Everyone was stunned. The original plan was to go back to their own homes after the Tana's water god temple was finished. However, at this moment, everyone was worried about Yun Nuashing's current state. They had to stay and wait for her to recover. Sister is fine. She murmurs Nuashing's name even in her dreams. She should be fine after a good sleep. Yuan, she smiled bitterly and yawned. Mr. Yun hasn't woken up yet. Yuan Shui looked at Yun Nuashing on the bed. Mei Mao was a little gloomy. She tightened her grip on the zither. Not yet. Xian sighed, looking at Yun Nuashing lying on the bed. She sighed again. Mei Mao felt a little distressed. Sister Xian, this is for you. Yuan Shui walked to the bed and put the zither in her arms in front of Xian. She said, "Music can make people intoxicated, but it can also make people relax. If you can play a song, maybe Mr. Yun will feel much better." Sister Xian is a very important person to Mr. Yun. Even if you don't practice music, Mr. Yun will be able to relax after listening to you, Yuan Shui said softly. A very important person, huh? Ziyan bit her red lips and muttered in a self-deprecating manner. However, she did not reject him. Her jade-like hands gently stroked the strings of the zither. Although she only had one hand, she could still play beautiful music if she used her heart to play. Ding! In the spiritual world, a vague figure weakly opened his eyes that had been closed for half a month. Looking at the boundless lavender sea of fire, he was a little absent-minded. Suddenly, a little dizziness and pain came from his head. He hurriedly covered his head. Damn it, it's said to be severe pain, but I've never heard of it being so painful. Yun Nuashing shook his head with a wry smile and got up on his hands and feet. He saw a flaming passage under his feet, and there was a line of words beside it. He couldn't help but be stunned and quickly leaned over to read it. "Come along this path when you wake up." The beautiful small words were written by flames. Obviously, they were left by Zai. Yun Nuashing looked along the flaming passage and could barely see a dark hole in the distance. He knew that he was in the spiritual world, or, to be precise, in his own soul. He usually didn't come here for no reason, so he didn't know what was there. Scratching his head, Yun Nuoxing unhurriedly walked along the flaming passage. He had just woken up, and his whole body was groggy. Don't expect him to be able to walk as if he was flying. The flaming passage was very long. Yun Nuoxing walked leisurely for a long time. When he recovered some of his mental strength, he still couldn't see the end. Only then did he speed up, borrowing the light essence's speed, which was faster than lightning. In a mere 10 minutes, a flaming hole appeared at the end of the flaming passage. Yun Nuoxing's soul paused for a moment. He stood in front of the hole for a while, then stepped inside. Just as his soul rushed into the hole, the lavender flames suddenly disappeared. What replaced it was a vast starry sky. Stars hung high in the sky, and it was no different from the real starry sky. He didn't know if it was the same starry sky he knew, and he didn't know where the boundary of this world was. In the star field, many images were floating. The images formed a long line leading to the distance. Yun Nuoxing carefully looked at the images that were being broadcasted. He couldn't help but stare blankly when he saw these familiar images. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. These images were actually his memories. In the starry sky, countless images were linked together to form a long line. Yun Nuoxing's gaze quickly swept around, and he was somewhat stunned. After a short moment, his gaze moved along this long line of memory images. Dozens of memory chains converged in the distance and fixed on a huge black planet that seemed to be the core. The countless memory chains were being emitted from it, a world where memories are stored. Raising his head to look at this scene, Yun Nuoxing muttered. He didn't expect that memories could be viewed in this way. Sighing, Yun Nuoxing walked towards that planet. There, he saw a lavender figure. Why are you so free and elegant to look at other people's memories? Standing behind this graceful figure, Yun Nuoxing put his hands on his hips and said unhappily, because Ziyi and he were of the same mind, everyone knew about memories and whatnot. However, seeing her carefully looking at his memories with his own eyes, as if she was reading a story, was somewhat embarrassing. Haven't I looked at you enough these past few years? In a sense, I've already become your other half. Why are you still so restrained? Ziyi slowly turned his head and pulled Yun Nuoxing to his side. He carefully sized him up, nodded, and said, "You've recovered well. At least you won't be in danger. In the past month, your soul flame has almost been extinguished a few times. So, is this the reason why you're so weak?" Yun Nuoxing spread his hands and looked helplessly at Ziyi. With his senses, he could naturally feel that her current situation wasn't much better than his. Ziyi shook his head and didn't say anything. "Then, what did you gain from looking at my memories to your heart's content?" Yun Nuoxing asked. In front of the huge planet, countless memory chains appeared from the planet. Yun Nuoxing's gaze swept across the many images, and he saw many scenes that made him feel warm. Those scenes, whether happy or leisurely, were played in front of him, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up, watching his own memories like this was a new experience. "Come here." Ziyi nodded and led Yun Nuoxing to the back of the planet. The serious look on her pretty face stunned Yun Nuoxing. He immediately shut his mouth and walked beside her. The two of them walked to the other side of the planet. Yun Nuoxing took a look and sucked in a breath of cold air. Behind this planet, he saw another equally vast planet. The countless memory chains were like fuses woven into an inescapable net. "This is another memory core," Ziyi explained softly when he saw his shocked expression. "Another one?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He thought for a moment and said, "Is it his memory core?" "To be precise, it's yours." As the two of your souls fused together, many things that originally belonged to you, but were lost, gradually returned. However, these memories are all empty, Ziyi said. Empty. Yun Nuashing was stunned. The memory chains that spread out from the other planet were far more than those from the first planet. However, they were all grayish-white and were frozen in the starry sky. There were no movements, no images, and the memories seemed to have been petrified. Yun Nuashing indeed didn't feel that any of his memories had recovered. He only felt that the strength of his soul had expanded a lot. Every core is unique. Once a core is frozen, the memories that spread out from it will also be frozen. This memory core has been frozen. Although it contains many memories, you can't read them. I think you have to unlock them yourself. As for how to unlock them, Ziyi said softly as he looked at the grayish-white planet. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing pursed his lips. His memories were inexplicable. He didn't even know what conditions would trigger this memory. However, based on his previous two experiences, he could roughly guess that he had to see a special familiar scene just like the time in Yin City and the time in Divine Sky City. It's easy to say, "Didn't you see that I've only unintentionally recovered my memories a few times after wandering around for so long?" Yun Nuashing scratched his head in distress. The God Realm was huge. There were 7 major regions, countless cities, and countless scenes. Even if he had once left traces in the entire God Realm, it wouldn't be that easy to find them. Anyway, you'll finish exploring the God Realm sooner or later. Don't you always say that? Ziyi teased, taking pleasure in his misfortune. Sigh. Yun Nuashing sighed bitterly.